higher education institutions, this white booklet. Kindly go through the last 4 pages, which are titled as the University / Institution Well-being Indicators. Just have a look at it casually. There are domains which are specified for implementation by every institution, certain domains. And this is a provisional checklist, may be modified later, but basic minimum standards for implementing the wellness paradigm or the wellness culture in an institution. So all of you just go through it. There'll be a separate session in the, maybe after a couple of hours. But meanwhile, we are waiting. Go through it, and what is your opinion for your institution? Make some points so far. Okay? All the best.
May I request the participants to please be seated so that we can start today's program.
Sir, thank you. क्या हुआ आपको? कोरोना क्या हुआ?
Participants, can we quickly be seated?
Population does for their campus when they go back to build up a well-being culture and paradigm. So those discussions were scheduled to be after 12 o'clock. Before 12 there was a panel and then yours. So I think little congestion is there. I'm sure if we can condense it a little bit.
I'll take only 90 minutes.
A very warm welcome to all of you to the day 2 of our program. I hope you had a good learning experience yesterday. Due to travel commitments, for one of our speakers, there's a small change in the schedule. So ladies and gentlemen, introducing Professor Shivakumar, who is a professor at the Applied Mechanics and Biomedical Engineering Department, IIT Madras, fondly called Anbudan Shiva by all of us. Which means he is also a friend of students at IIT Madras. He has done a lot of courses and activities on life skills for the well-being of student community at IIT Madras over the last 20 years. With that, may I respectfully invite Professor Anbudan Shivakumar onto the stage. And may I also request Colonel Balaji to please felicitate our beloved Professor Shivakumar with an Angavastram. Over to you, Professor Shivakumar.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. What is this here? Again. Good morning. Not enough. Good morning. Not enough. You had breakfast, no? Let's try one more time. Good morning. Wow, very good. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, we are starting an hour late, but we'll catch up. Yeah? So, before we start this activity-based class, I need something from you. And that is this. Yeah, I can. Leave it. It's okay. Okay. I think you may need, yeah. Give me a second. Okay. Are you ready? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Okay. Now, let's start with an agreement between all of us. Yeah? So, take 2 fingers and touch your heart. Of course, you can't go inside, but above that. Yeah? Now, repeat after me. I agree to. Can't hear you. Fully cooperate. Be highly interactive. Willing to play. And when I say freeze, you will freeze. Say, so be it. So be it. Throw your hand. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Nice of you. Good cooperation to start with. So what I'm going to do today is just share 3 or 4 thoughts which I feel are more important than whatever we have been doing so far. So that's my aim today. With your cooperation, it will be possible within a short period. I need a volunteer who is very good in catching. Catching. Slip catcher. Anybody who plays cricket here? No, yeah. What is it? Slip catch? Yes. Okay. Put all those other things away because you may fall on all those, right? Because you're going to now display that you're going to be a very good catcher. Ready? Okay. So, what's your name? Kubendran. Kubendran. Give him a hand before itself so that. Yeah. Kubendran, I'm not going to throw balls at you.
Okay.
But I'm going to throw like a teacher.
Okay.
Pencil at you.
Pencil. Okay, fine.
All right.
Fine.
What do you have to do?
I have to catch it.
Yeah, so simple. So move. Are you able to see him? Are you able to see me? Ready? See, look at his catching ability. Wow. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. We almost. Yeah. Kubendran is not bad at all, no? Wow. You're doing nicely. Wow. Nice. Here. Almost. Okay. Here. Wow. Slip catch. Ooh, give him a big hand here. You ready for the challenge? Yes? Sure? Yeah. What is this, Kubendran? This is, wait, Kubendran. See, it's not visible. It's long time since I played all those things.
No. It's small in size, not visible.
I'm going to tell you a secret.
Yes.
They are not listening to me. Okay?
Okay.
The secret is you don't have to catch every ball.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes.
Yeah? Select which one. Yeah? Okay. I gave a secret to him. You didn't hear, no? You didn't hear, right? Yeah. Did you watch what he did? Give him a big hand. Very good cooperation. Okay, we played fine, and the best catcher was able to catch better after I gave him a secret. No. Now, over to you. Tell me what you observed. Tell me what you observed. Raise your hand so that, remember, it's a class. It is not a lecture. Yeah, there you go. Yes,
So,
madam.
Firstly, he was.
Your name.
My name is Pari. I'm a student representative from Nalsar.
Students are not supposed to be answering. No, go ahead.
So, firstly, he was being thrown at with a lot of pencils,
Ah.
and he was trying to catch everything, and
Ah.
he was missing a lot of them. But after something you guys discussed, and then you were throwing as many as at him, but then he was not trying to catch everything, only the ones he was able to.
Oh, okay. You are selective.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Wonderful. Any other? What happened when he could not catch one of in the initial stage? What happened? He gave up. Did you watch? None of it he could catch. What do you understand from that? Yeah.
Once you mentioned, I think I heard the secret. You said that you don't have to catch all.
Oh, yeah.
So, when
give,
you said
give her a
that-
big hand. Hey, how did you overheard?
Clinical psychologist, I think I am just so aware.
Yes.
I think after that he got a little more.
After that, he got a little bit more. Now, why did I do this activity? Why? All of you are in the well-being space. So why did I do it in this class, which has to do with well-being? Yeah.
Sir, I think it's because.
Shiva.
Hi, sir.
Ah.
My name is Muskan
Yeah.
from EFLU, and I think it's because you don't put all the pressure at once on a person or a student.
Very
and
good.
You tell them to choose their goals and work on them selectively.
Okay.
Instead of like taking everything and being good at everything, be good at something.
Trying to be good at everything.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah. Master of none.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Yeah. What else? What else? Ah, there you go. One more. Prioritize your tasks. Yeah, okay, very nice, very nice. You're opening up now. Remember, you promised to be more interactive. Yes? Yeah. Make choices, very good.
He did not go everywhere. He just positioned it on place. What came there, he was happy. to
Whatever
take
comes
from
to
that.
me, let me not move
He was
around like
working on his
this,
strength
dance
probably.
like that, catch. And then he started catching. Yeah, very good, nice idea. But what is it that we draw from that? He was working on his strength. Nice point. Yeah.
I think this is a very innovative strategy to deal with stress when life throws things at us, how to be selective about how you can regulate yourself and let go of all the things which you don't want to be overwhelmed by.
Wonderful. Any other observations, comments? Go ahead. It's supposed to be interactive and you promised to be. Yeah. I need to change PPT.
So, sir, excuse me, sir, here.
Yeah, okay.
So, essentially, the whole idea is that life will keep on actually throwing a lot of things at us.
Life throws a lot at you.
And we just need to be actually like, let go of what is coming.
Wonderful. Give me a hand. She said one word, one phrase.
Let go.
Let go.
And just be be open to what is for you.
Be open to what you can do.
Yes.
Wonderful, madam. Nice of you. Be happy. Yeah, our man is very contented. He is in the last bench because of that. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Be happy whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, madam.
Thank you. It's okay not to win all the time.
It's okay not to win all the time. Attempt is fine,
Attempt is fine.
but
Yeah.
not necessarily that
Yeah,
you
it's
have
okay.
to be on top all the time.
Yeah.
Wonderful point. Any other? And therefore, yeah.
It reminded me of a professional surfer's words which said that not every wave is our wave. When you're
Not
trying to
every
ride
wave
your
is our wave.
So you have to focus on your wave.
Your wave. Oh, yeah, my wave is coming there.
Yes.
Where is your wave? No, I'm just kidding.
It's
Yes,
yet to
thank
come.
you. Nice, nice. So, I'm going to start with a question. It's on the PPT, you can see it. Should we teach students a progressive mindset or create conditions in which it grows? Which one? Which one? Make a choice. Second, okay? Go ahead, go ahead. Which one? The very fact that you are in quandary means it's both. We should try sharing what we know about progressive mindset. We'll talk about what is progressive mindset. Also create conditions where it can grow, right? And that's what is important. And therefore, 4 questions that I'm going to ask is, what can faculty and institutions do so that we nurture progressive mindsets among students? Of course, when you say you have to have progressive mindset, madam, 3 fingers point at me saying, no, 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 you have to be first having progressive mindset before you can tell the student to be, right? So that's the message I wanted to give. That's why I started with these pencils. I also want to now narrate a very simple incident which threw a wisdom on me. So I'm going to share that with you. So there I was in a meeting with a couple of faculty members. While I proposed some idea to these colleagues of mine, one of the colleagues made very sarcastic comments at me. Okay. So it happened on a Monday. Come Friday, it was still lurking in my mind. It was still lurking in my mind. Come next Monday, it was lurking in my mind. Because somebody has belittled me. Was my mind, right? Tuesday, there was a high tea somewhere. So, not like this, but tip top. I dressed and I went there. They served high tea. So, I like that height of high tea. So, after all the samosas, I took the tea and started drinking when somebody just my hand, and what happened was my white shirt became sprinkled brown, right? What do you think I did immediately? Did you understand what? The tea fell on my pure white shirt. What do you think I did immediately? Smile. Wow. Who said that? Smile. Okay. The only doctor who can smile is among you. Okay? Smile. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. What is coming to your mind? My white shirt is now stained. What shall I do? How do I know, sir? But guess. Guess. Go ahead, tell me, tell me. You would apologize to myself. The other person. That person didn't know at all, he just left. It's just that it spilled on my white shirt. Yeah, go ahead. Think. I was in that situation.
We are in that situation now, you have to deal with it. So maybe you would have either gone and like washed it.
I went and
immediately. I was the first.
Wonderful answer. Give her a hand. Give her a hand also. Went immediately to the room, washed so that the stain would go. Right? Remained a little bit so that it was drying up.
So, but I know that my kurta is stained.
Yeah, she's.
It's not going anywhere. So I'm going to look at it as an opportunity and give it to. I have a personalized dyer.
Wonderful.
So she's going to dye it now into a lovely color that I want.
So, hey, how did this? How is it like this? No. I decorated like this. Okay, look at that. Okay. Any other perspective? perception. So, suddenly, when I looked at it and made sure that white shirt remained white, suddenly something dawned on me. What is that? When this stain occurred, what did I do? Rushed to restroom, made sure it was wiped out clean with water so that the white shirt remained white without the stains. Then I was thinking about this fellow who was my colleague who made sarcastic remarks that caused a stain in my mind but remained for a week's time. Whose fault is that? So immediately an idea came into my mind, which is, can I now do like what Kubendra did, where it has fallen, stain has happened, right? I just have to wash and move on in life, right? This kind of progressive mindset will help tremendously in terms of the life that the students live. You agree with me? Yeah? And therefore, folks, well-being begins when one fallen moment does not occupy the next 10 moments. That happens, think of the world of students and faculty members. Wonderful, no? Yes? Yes, sir? You're busy with something else. Okay, so let me ask you this question. What would those fallen moments be? எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் quiz தான் எனக்கு. All the time I'll be asking quizzes. Answer has to come from you. What could those fallen moments be? Yeah.
Two things. One is it teaches us patience, and the other thing is we learn from it.
Yeah, what are the fallen moments?
In our
Yeah, so let's list out fallen moments so that we are aware of the fallen moments that a student goes through. Fallen moment.
Not being understood by the teacher.
Not being understood by the teacher. Very good. That side, that side. Not getting good marks.
Rejected by a loved one.
Rejected by a loved one. Failure. Yeah, not able to get, yeah, date, okay. No, that's a very important point, by the way. You don't know what happens at IIT. IIT, when in my days, used to be a desert. You know why, no? It's not bad now. About 25 to 30% growth has happened. So, yeah, that's the validation for me. Okay. Now, where was I? Not desert, yeah. Fallen moment. Fallen moment. Fallen moment. Fallen moment. Not placed. Another fallen moment. Yeah, what else? What else? Nice. Think. Because we are all in that space. We want to know.
When your friend does something better than you.
Your friend is better than you in everything. Okay, fine. What else? Yeah. Dabbu ledu. Yeah, dabbu ledu is a very nice phrase. All those people coming from north should understand. Dabbu ledu. Okay, means no money. Okay. What else? Inferiority complex getting created. Wonderful. Yeah. Are there only 5 people in this audience? Domestic or in other words, family related problems. Very good. See, a lot is coming out now. Yeah.
Not self-pity.
Self-pity. Go ahead. Lot of things.
Not being able to connect with friends.
Hey, you all came thinking that, okay, this professor will come, talk something and go away. Why is he disturbing me? Fallen moment.
Efforts getting unrecognized.
Unrecognized, wonderful point. Not recognized. Oh, she said that.
Yeah, not being able to connect with
See,
friends.
I didn't recognize that. Yeah. Now I am recognizing it. Fallen moment.
Paper rejection.
Yeah.
Paper rejection. Sir, here.
Oh, this side.
Paper rejection. Research.
Paper got rejected. Wonderful. So, lot of points. Give yourself a big hand because you participated in it. Okay. So, I have listed a few. Failed exam. It could be poor semester. It could be public correction, meaning disciplinary action, right? We don't care that much in terms of making sure the identity is not revealed just the way. IIT Madras as such evolved towards something that we have today that we are proud of. If it is a disciplinary action, nobody else knows, right? It's not public correction. Broken relationships, as somebody pointed out, rejected internship, rejected placement offer, placement disappointment, so many things, and therefore, folks, it is important to ask this question: do I help the student catch the next stick, or keep showing, Kubendra, you lost that catch. You left that catch. Oh my God, why did you leave that catch? Right? So, how should I look at it is not very difficult for you to answer. Right? And therefore, folks, the first thing that I wanted to share with you is create pathways for recovery. Everybody falls. Right? And what did I do with Kube? Kube is fine? Yeah, Kube. What did I do? I called him and said something. Correct? Creating pathways for recovery. Okay. Setback is just an information. It is not some life that you carry all the time. My T Stein helped me in terms of understanding what is that sarcasm. All those are gone. Eh? When did it happen? Yeah, I don't know. Right? Forgetting. So, one of the ways by which we can help students is to recover from those fallen moments. Well, faculty can do certain things, institution can do something. I'm going to share this PPT with you. You can go ahead. There are many things that you can think of. So, this is the first thing that I wanted to let you know, that creating pathways. I'm not going to instruct, okay, do this way, do this. All of you are in the space, you know what to do. But the important point here is, can a student progress, move forward in life so that this hurt does not make a visible mark in their life? First one. Let's go to second one. Are all of you able to see the slide? Yeah? Again a question. What do you see there? CGPA. Wow, CGPA. What else? How many say CGPA? See, look at that. So, I have to accept this CGPA. 7.2 CGPA. Another is now thinking, what is this indicating? What kind of student? Average. Yeah. So, what happens to that? Yes, number is correct. 7.2 is the number, right? What do you think? She accepts. Oh, no problem. Yeah. I got less than that in the first semester, by the way. Yeah.
Sir, are we open to alternate here?
Yeah. Hi, madam.
Are we open to another alternative, or have we closed that it is a CGPA only?
No. Tell me.
If this number, if I'm looking at it like a student, and if we have academic regulations which are very strictly then adhered to, then a number like that could indicate a regulation that is in some way binding on the student. Like for instance, at Nalsar we have 4.1. So we don't even say section 4.1 under Svalana. We just say 4.1.
Oh, I mean that way. Why? What is 7.1? in your rule book?
In
No,
in
I'm
our-
just kidding.
No, no.
No, you don't
There is a 7.2 though.
Okay, yeah. Section, the lawyers, this is Nalsar people, always think of law only. So, for 9.2, you are in prison. Okay. So, but most of us, as coming from academics, would think of CGPA, and the number may be correct. It is actually more than what I got. But is the interpretation correct? Somebody said average student. What's the interpretation? What's the interpretation? Average student, right? So what we did, this is an important understanding. What we did here is we branded the student. Not the marks, not the grade, but branded the student. Yes? Yeah, am I too audible? Am I too audible? Okay. It could be many things that happened. The previous semester, in the first semester I got 6.8. Second semester I got 7.1. Improvement. But do we think of it that way? That's the question, right? There could be some family Am I audible? That would have taken up time from them. There are so many reasons, but all those are hiding behind one that which is average. Yeah? So that's the problem we face. As an institution, should we think about it that way? Yeah. And therefore, folks, the number, is it belonging to this person, or does the person being inside that number? That's the question. If we put the person inside the number, the person is going to remain within that number. And she says, your time is over. No? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to quickly do this. CGPA 9.4. Student B, CGPA 7.2. Student C, CGPA 5.8. What he said, what we discussed earlier, what will be the question that we have? What else do we know that we can understand the student, right? Look at what is there. Excellent in exams, 9.4, no. Excellent in exams, but hesitates taking risks. The other is prefers to work alone. Look at the second student. Improved from 5.6, runs a peer learning group, built a useful prototype. Think of what is happening in your mind. It is changing, right? Now you are not looking at 9.4 as with a judgment that you would look at, right? And similarly, the other person. What we have failed to do is to see what else do we know about the student. How do we know? How do we know? How do we know about the student? Sneha. Your name? Saparya. How do I know Saparya? How do I know? By talking to them, but more so by listening to them. How do I listen to you, sir? How do I listen to you? First we have to meet. Hi, hello, how are you? Right? And then get that connection going. As faculty members, it's Neha. See, she says she is nodding well because professor is asking. But the point is knowing the student. Knowing the student beyond the numbers. Beyond the numbers is important to us. When we fall within that number, Are we faltering? Yes. Right? We should know beyond, which means that that connection has to happen. Okay. I have. What is this? 100 rupee note? Yeah? 100 rupee note? Its value is? I fold it. Now its value is? Hey, come on here. I folded it. I folded it in. I crumpled it. Hey, what is this here? I crumpled. I threw away. Still, huh? So, folks, you and your students are like this. It's not about the crumpled notebook. It's not about the crumpled currency. It is a value that is attached to this note. And therefore, folks, value is connected to the person and not to numbers. Right? What I want you to do is one exercise. Okay? Will you do it sincerely? You have promised? Yes, sir. Okay. That is this. I want you to now think of one number that your boss will be judging you by. Shall I repeat it? One number, right? He knows what I'm asking, right? One number that your institute or the administration or the boss will be judging you by. Think, don't have to, just write it down on your notebook. Write it down. Write it down. Yeah, now notebooks also are mobile phones, but yes. Write it down. Not that number. Think about that number that your boss, institute will judge you by. Number means many things, so that's why I'm sticking to number. It could be a metric, whether S, A, B, C, D, doesn't matter, but A, B is also a number in a way. Yeah? Written down? Yeah? Wrote down. Yeah, she is now searching for a paper. This is very important. Number, madam. What is this here? You are employed somewhere. You have a boss. You are yourself a boss, is it? Okay. But there is a number that your boss may judge you by. What is that number? What is that number, sir? 7. Huh? No. What is that? What does that indicate? Publications. One of the numbers, right? Yeah, publications is one of the numbers. What else? Impact factor. So many numbers that your boss will be judging you by. Correct? What I want you to do is, below that number, now that I know you can't judge me by that number, I want you to write down 3 reasons why your boss should not judge you by those numbers. Can you do it quickly? I'll give you 3 minutes. Your boss, the reason that you give should be such that the boss goes beyond that number. Would say, I attended to 20 patients. 20 is the number that his boss is looking at. 20 or 20, doesn't matter, but there is a judgment, right? That judgment is what is now written down. And if there were reasons, madam, if there were reasons, what would those reasons be? I'm targeting her, no? Yeah, okay. 3 things that can tell you very clearly this number is nothing, the person is very different.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, I think...
Shiva. Where is sir
I'm
coming
here,
from?
sir. Shiva.
Shiva, yeah.
I think it's the extra workload that you take, additional responsibilities that you have.
Okay. Number has to do with additional responsibilities. This many additional responsibilities I took up. Right. But what is it that is not clear is those additional responsibilities that she took up without the knowledge of this, right. So, like that there are at least 3 reasons you will be able to write down, right. It is an excuse, but it is something that the boss would now look at and say, oh, this is just a number, the person is beyond that number, right. How many of you had all the 3 reasons written? Some are writing down. 1 more minute to go. Write it down, write it down. It's useful for us. Boss himself is herself is responsible. Okay. Reason, boss. Yeah, I had my boss, his name was Bas and Gira Bhaskaran. Bhaskar. Yeah. He was a real boss, by the way. Yeah.
Sir.
All right.
Sir. Sincerity, honesty, availability.
Yeah, so he has certain reasons why he feels cut beyond the number. And therefore, if we do not wash, if we do not wish to be reduced to numbers, should we do that on the students? Marks, ranks, resume, we do it all the time. We do it all the time. Use that as some number by which we judge. How many feel that we should move away from that kind of judgment? How many feel that, oh, some of you are not. Wow, wonderful, nice, thank you, thank you. Now, and therefore, I come to the second point, which is, should we not see person beyond the numbers? Of course, numbers tell us something. 7.2, right? I also got a 10 as CGPA one semester because I wanted to challenge the system. They never tell us everything. Yes, that's a number, but number cannot be used for judgment. And if we can do as faculty and institutions, if we can do both to our faculty members as well as students, we are going towards a progressive mindset in terms of growing our ecosystem called education. This is the second point I wanted to make. Since time is short, I'm going to skip one of them, which had to do with complaints, but just tell you what it is. How many of you have heard complaints, either from students, colleague? Raise your hand. But how many of you know every complaint is actually a request? Every complaint that you have is a request. It is made in such a way that you see it as a complaint, but it is a request. Right? The moment we translate the complaint into a possible request, we have unknotted the knots that we have already put in. Right? So that's the next thing that I wanted to share. I'm just going to skip this and go to the other. Now, volunteers have to distribute sheet, one rough sheet. Quickly, a lot of volunteers are there, so you will get it very soon. Soon is from me, soon is from them. Yeah. We'll style. Okay, those who got, I want you to make it into a role, like what you see there. Either it could be lengthwise, long instead of short, meaning longer side start to roll. Roll it nicely. Roll it nicely. I need one sheet. Can I take one sheet? Any others? Okay, one sheet I got. How many of you did not get? Who are the lucky ones? Over here, this side. Some more sheets. Yeah. So roll it. I'm going to play along with Uber. Yeah. Nicely roll it. Nicely roll it. Yeah. Yeah. Roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it. Okay. What you do is at the edge, you make sure that you fold like this so that it stays rolled. Yes, nice. You made something that will, so put it on the table vertically and apply your might on it. Yes, oh my God, look at this here. How you got like this? It crumpled. Oh my God, why are you changing? Yeah. Crumpled, right? How many of you did not see it crumpling? Yeah, all of us saw it to be crumpling because it is buckling under pressure. Who gives the pressure? We conduct exams. So we put pressure and the students feel this. Both are same quantities, right? One is feeling inside them, the other is we as teachers put the pressure on them. If it is tolerable, no problem. If you slide, but what do we do? He's a student, so oh my God, what is this? Our Mitra student is able to now recognize. So what should I do to make sure that it doesn't buckle? What should I do? So what I thought we should do is tell the rolled sheet, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Okay. Be resilient. Did you tell? Tell the sheet. Attend to a stress management work. Who are you telling? The sheet. And the sheet obeyed. Right? Obeyed and did all that. Now the sheet is with you and you are applying pressure. The pressure will not buckle the rolled sheet. Yes or no? It will anyway, right? All these are not going to work. And what happens is exactly the same thing that happened earlier. She wants to preserve it. And therefore the sheet says, excellent workshops, Professor, but can you please reduce the load? Can you give some support? And therefore, folks, I am a structural engineer who has worked for the past 3 decades on structural mechanics. If it is buckling, I need to now give support. And it could also be load is very high. We recognize, oh, buckling is happening, and therefore let me not put that much of load. Right? Support, lateral support. So pair up, get somebody to hold the middle of it and apply pressure. Do you think it will be more pressure that or more load that it can carry? Do it, do it, do it. Experience is the best form of learning. Do it. Where is your partner? He is your partner. Yeah, ask him to support. Support. There you go. Look at him. It's not happening. Yeah. Support. Lateral support. Yeah. Now press as much as you did earlier, nothing is happening, no? Because you have supported. The help has reached. And therefore, folks, as faculty and institutions, if we are able to do this, also increase the capacity of the students to take the load. I'm not saying don't put the load, but put it in such a way progressively such that you don't press too much, but enough to get them to gain the strength. We also do the repeated loading. Put the load, put the load, put the load, and put the load. Yeah, because put the load is how we have been doing exams after exams after exams after exams. How many exams does a student go through? Our friends will answer. By the time they finish B.Tech, we are talking about at least about 60 exams, minimum 60 exams. It could be 100 also, but that many exams they go through. And therefore, folks, it is important that when someone is going through that kind of buckling, support is necessary. The institute and the faculty members should brace up the students so that it is possible to do it. This is what I wanted to share. In IIT Madras, I am proud to say this, not just because I belong to IIT, but IIT Madras has been so cooperative, so forward thinking, that we had a lot of programs that we could implement at IIT Madras. I myself started about 50 different initiatives, well-being. You won't believe me. One of them is first year UG life skills. You know when it started? Not last year, not a year before, 15 years ago. 15 years ago, first IIT to start life skills first year students. 2 semesters. The first semester is about getting along, right? We got them together to play, etc., so that they could get along. Second one was to discover, all right? And I'm also a part of this initiative. We have what is called GN category courses, which is personal development courses. There are 15 of them as elective courses, and they can take as many as they want, right? And how many have you taken? One he has taken, he is taking one more later. All these have to do with personal development and experiential in nature, right? And therefore, folks, we started looking at inner well-being. We started looking at how to foster relationships. We started looking at what could be first principles that we, so that when we apply to the life, it becomes better. Basically, prepare the whole person within the curriculum. I know some of you struggle because it's a common curriculum coming forced into our throat through the university system, but many of you have the liberty, given that many of you are from CFTIs, you have the liberty to make this happen, right? It's not the resume as such, but beyond that, okay? And therefore, folks, it's not just curriculum, add the culture, the campus culture. Find out what culture can build. Years ago, we started a movement called Listeners. Many students are also a part of Listeners. We have about 40, 50 listeners. Whoever wants to listen, wants to share, listeners are available. They just have to call. Sharing is caring. The moment somebody is available for listening, it happens. So it is also important to build that kind of culture. So institutionalized well-being is the other thing that I wanted to share. Not just peripheral, but get into the curriculum, get into the culture, Change it. Every one of you is capable of doing it. Yes or no? Can't hear you. Yes. Build interest, lateral support and systems that are humane in nature. I'm going to stop here saying that these are the 4 takeaways I wanted to share with you. There are many that I wanted to, but wish list is always longer than what you can present. But the bottom line is progressive mindset in students starts from within us as faculty members and institutes. This is the message I want to tell you, that all of you here are capable of bringing that culture in. The moment that culture is there, inbuilt in within us, the other things will happen. Lastly, I'm going to take not more than 5 minutes and stop here, where you will do the exercise. Now, there are many things that you can do. One is first year transition. It could be examinations, it could be placement, it could be hostel life, etc., etc., etc. Choose one quickly. Choose one of those topics quickly from the PowerPoint shown. You can see that side if you want to. Yeah. Choose one of them. Once you choose, identify 3 interventions. 3 interventions. It could be on load that you what do you do? That you put on the student. It could be support, it could be capacity. 3 points, your own. Start right away. Hey, no action here. What is this? Come on, come on, come on. Okay, so what I want you to do is 3 interventions. Choose any one of those areas. Think progress mindset. See what can be done in terms of load or support or capacity. 3 minutes. You can do it as a group discussing. Or imposing any load. What support are available to us? Are there conditions which keep on repeating, right? When a student comes and says, my relationship is broken. Hey, this exam. Will you say that? Or will you person? Just 3 interventions, quickly focus on that. I'm not seeing writing there. Ah, nice here. Some of you are focusing on sincerely writing. Finished? Madam, finished? What? What are the 3 interventions? Oh, in the mind you wrote. Oh, okay, mind writing. I heard mind reading, but mind writing is also happening now. Madam wrote? Together. Okay, very good. You can join them. Yeah. 1 more minute to go. Written. No. Stubborn student here. 3 interventions, not money, just 3 interventions. Yeah? See, finished. All very sincere students here, correct? See. Okay, we have 20 seconds, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Reflection. Again, I want you to reflect one faculty move that you do. how many of you are faculty here or associated? Okay. One faculty move that you will take up will do from today. One institutional move may not be, you may probably not be belonging directly to administration, but you have the power to influence one institutional, whatever that is. As a faculty member, what is it that you will do as a change? A change for the better, right? A change for the progressive part of the institute and life. And one practice that you will advocate to strengthen, go ahead. Just two of them. Focus on those two because you're going to implement. You're going to implement. Yes. Written. Communication. She has now very clear communication faculty wise or institute. Faculty and students communicate well. Wow. Okay. That's the change she wants to make. Like that. One more for the institute also. Reduce financial stress. He is a crorepati. He wants to give distribution. I'm just kidding. No.
Being the director of alumni affairs, I would increase my alumni funding.
Wow, look at that.
CSR funding for more scholarships and create bigger endowments.
Financial distress.
Because that's a big weight on my university students, which most of them are first graduates, sir.
Give him a big hand because
thank you.
Many of us don't the proper resources and therefore the financial burden remains a burden for them. It's like carrying the burden and walking around. Yeah. Going beyond? Going beyond theory, practice, experience. Let the learners experience is another way. Yeah. So folks, let me end with saying thank you for cooperating. Give yourself a big hand. Big hand. You may fail, but you will recover. Just a number. No, I'm just kidding. Please note that doesn't matter whether it is a complaint or not, your voice matters. And finally, let's not struggle alone, let's join together as institutions, as faculty within the institute, as colleagues, so that the struggle is not taken alone. Thank you for listening. Nice of you. Bye. Would you have any questions? You can ask 2 questions. I can allow. Yeah, 2 questions you can allow. First time somebody is calling Shiva. I am so happy. Because many times, sir, I don't have that title. Yeah. You have my 100 rupees. Actually, sorry, this is a printout. I fooled you, right? Yeah. So this has value. This has value. So I'll fold that and keep it inside. Okay? He is watching me. Yeah. Yeah. Any other question?
Sir, Shiva, in one of the slides, guess the person in which there is one more comment also that the message is not that lower score are better. Can you explain it further, sir?
Message, see, I'm not conveying that don't look at the number. Number is there. But there are many things beyond number that we need to get to understand is what I'm saying. It is about the connection we make with the students. Number, yes, it has something. I'm not degrading that number, right? If somebody has gotten some number, that number has some value. But that's not the only value is what I'm talking about. That's mere, it has to do with that. Any other? Okay, thanks a lot. Enjoy.
Can we all give a big round of applause to Professor Anbudan Shiva?
Yeah, I usually use chocolate to entertain you, but today didn't do it. You're welcome to come and pick up the talk. Oh, it's already there, but this is not there here. Long, no? Yeah, she participated a lot, so here, catch. Wow, good catcher. Oh, okay. Thank you.
With that, may I now request Professor Raila Suresh Kumar to please present a memento to Professor Anbudan Shiva as a token of gratitude.
Thank you. I have a lot of experience. I'm not telling from, self-talk. I have a lot of experience. If you want to tap on my experience, you can note down my number 94452 84085. I usually answer immediately. In case you will have to wait. 94452 84085. Anbudan Shiva. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Siva. So now we will move on to our next panel discussion on very relevant topic of the timing, that is lifestyle issues and preventive strategies for students' well-being. So as previously Maharaj also mentioned, that student well-being is shaped not only by academic environments, rather it is much more of the nutrition, sleep schedule, physical activity, their digital habits, what they are consuming, emotional resilience, and also social connectedness. So I would like to invite our today's guest to enlighten more on this aspect. So today's distinguished panel brings together experts from psychiatry, nutrition, medicine, and social work to discuss these interconnected dimensions. So it is my privilege to call in the stage Dr. Gauri Shankar, Medical Officer, IIT Madras, Professor Mathangi, DC Professor and Head, Body Mind Medicines and Lifestyle Sciences, Sri Ramachandra Medical College, Chennai, Dr. Krishna Murthy, Senior Dietitian, Sundar Super Speciality Hospital, Chennai, Dr. Yamini Kannapan, Psychiatrist, Kaveri Hospital, Dr. Varat Raman, Psychiatric and Social Worker. So may I invite all the panelists to kindly take the stage and please enlighten with the discussions and this topic. Please, sir. Please, ma'am.
Dear panelists, the topic for this session would be lifestyle issues and preventive strategies for student well-being. Can we have Dr. Gauri Shankar started on this? Can we have your opinion on this?
So, good morning all. I'm Dr. Gauri Shankar from IIT Madras. I've been with this institute for the past 17 years. We'll just introduce the panelist before taking on the subject.
I'm Dr. Yamini Kanappan, consultant psychiatrist at Kaveri Hospital.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Bharat. I'm a psychiatric social worker, currently working in SRM, Katamulutu.
I'm Dr. Matangi, heading the Department of Mind, Body, Medicine and Lifestyle Sciences at Ramchandra University.
I am Krishnamurthy, senior consultant dietitian in Dr. Sundar's Super Speciality Hospital, Chennai.
I think we could start the discussion with Matangi madam. Madam, before we go on, what are all the lifestyle disorders that we do commonly see across among this student community? Like if you see in IIT Madras, earlier like we had smoking, alcohol related disorders, but they have considerably, it has come down, though it has increased slightly among the girl students, which we see significantly higher. So apart from that, we see a big catch-up of obesity is there. A very significant proportion of patients are now going for hypertension and diabetes, even before 40 years, 30 years, 25 years, we see. And there is a very, very significant increase in the amount of anxiety disorders. So I think every one of us can contribute to this, like how do you see and how to go about it?
Just to give, because I have expert panels, I don't want to eat everybody's suggestions. My first thing I will take up is sleep. That is one thing which has got compromised across ages and especially with students. This is one thing which I have always tell, like, sleep today and wake up tomorrow. But they all sleep today and wake up today. So that is, they sleep around 1:30 or 2 a.m. and wake up by 7:30 or so. And our college starts at 8. So now everything is fast tracked. Whether taking their bath or their grooming or their physical activity or their breakfast, everything is cut short. So probably one thing with no cost, which I feel that is very, very rarely worthy enough kind by this current generation. I'm going to put all of us as well, but more so with the students, that is sleep. And if I'm going to correct sleep, I think I wake up early. I definitely go for a morning jog or a...
Sir, Krishnamurthy, sir, what do you think, sir? Like, how do you see, especially among the students of this age group, like less than 30, 35? So what would be the important lifestyle diseases that you encounter more often in these ages?
So most important things, you have to proper diet, adequate nutrition, lifestyle modification, that is very important role. And timely sleep, you want 6 to 7 hours to, actually 6 to 9 hours to sleep for old age. But you have to, young people, you have to more attention in the academic performance. We're not possible to do for, I think so many people you do late night. You're doing for more work or systems, they are working concentration late night. And late night dinner also you're taking. So that is a very, I think that need only very small quantity, very hydration is very important, adequate nutrition, that is very important for the next day morning, you get up earlier, and that is also very useful. Already madam told, go to bed 10 o'clock, get up. So my doctor advice, so one thing you want the patient to advise, so go to switch off your TV at 9 o'clock, your mobile will be 10 o'clock, you go to sleep to 10:30, you sound sleep, you want to 4:30 or 5 o'clock. So I think very important. So one example I'm telling, Dr. Horace Hariharan is a diabetologist, he 85 now, he also get up 4 o'clock, shaving and everything doing proper duty, and then you're seeing the patient 5:30, and then OP started 9 o'clock, and up to 1 o'clock, you want to, after dinner, you want lunch, 1 hour, you want sound sleep, and after then you go to, you want to continue the OPD, and you want to 10 o'clock you finishing, 9 o'clock finishing, and then 10 o'clock sleeping. So that is a routine sleep, you now is 85. So why I'm telling the proper diet, adequate sleep, sound sleep, and then you want mind also relaxation, you want a better future in bed. But nowadays is all, I think young, your students, late night, get up late, skipping the breakfast, not adequate. Morning breakfast is very important. The breakfast is the king of the breakfast. So you have not enough the nutrition. Have to the body metabolism is very important. Your system also is working 10 to 11 only. Mostly your body will be energetic. So that is very, I think you want to not sleeping not well at the night. Morning also is not be inadequate. Not concentration in duty, not concentration in adequate attention in the morning classes. That is not observation. That is also very drawback. So better to plan good nutrition, good sleep, sound, I think you want a modification of diet, modification of life also is very important for the planning for future. Thank you.
We will take up the questions further on diet in subsequently, sir. So, Dr. Bharat Ratnam, do you have any specific areas that you see among these people, the lifestyle diseases which are hopping like less than 30, 35?
Yes, sir. Along with the proper diet and sleep, one thing that current generation is missing is physical sport. Going out and playing, the physical activity that lacks from the people. So, as WHO recommends 20 to 30 minutes of active workout a day, many people lacks this. So when they are going out, for example, the experiential community exposure that we take as students, we involve them in some social service activities in the community. They feel energized after working in the community for 2 hours, actively cleaning the roads or cleaning the lakes or some activity. They feel refreshing. But many of the students nowadays are not going out and playing. Most of the people are engaging in gadgets. They are into gaming, mobile gaming, all those things. So when they are coming out, and definitely that will be a good help for their sleep, as well as they will focus on the proper diet. So we conducted a research in NIMHANS, lifestyle modification program for school children. When we introduced the diet and sleep, prior to that we focused on the sports activity, how they have to engage. Because if they are engaged in the sports in the early stage, that will be a habit, so that they will focus on this. Soon after reaching the higher education institutes, people tend to stop the physical activities. They will not go for a physical sport, all those things. So one area that we need to focus on is more on the physical activities that they have to be engaged, so that they will focus on the diet as well as good sleep will be automatically followed. That's what I feel. Yes.
So the panelists are very, very short. Like Madhangi madam said, like it is all about sleep, diet, physical activity. We are bang on. So Yamini madam, what sort of things that you see more common among these people?
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, I've heard from the other panelists, and they have mentioned the 3 pillars: the sleep, the diet, and the exercise part of it. Which is pondering over this topic about lifestyle. I think it's important because in general, there is a tendency to equate in a very traditional way to think about lifestyle as about physical health. That's the traditional view. So that's why we focus on, we all focus on sleep, on diet and physical activity. These are important foundations. But I think as we are reaching a point where non-communicable diseases are on the rise, is there anything else that we are missing out from a lifestyle perspective? And that, I think, is about the psychological lifestyle. And that is what the WHO also defines as lifestyle. So it is basically a pattern of behaviors, a way of life, which depends upon the interaction between the individual and the environment. And now we know we are in an environment which is seeing radical changes like never before. So when we speak about lifestyle, I think it's important that a apart from the three pillars, we need to move on to how we actually consume media, how we actually spend our attention, how we actually build relationships, and how do we equip ourselves with failures. So I think the three components of lifestyle, when it comes, the psychological lifestyle needs to be attended to in terms of technology use, in terms of managing our own selves, stress, and in terms of social relationships. So from these three pillars, I think we need to add on these three pillars if we really have to improvise our lifestyle.
Okay, madam. So, very nice thing. Like psychological well-being is the other most least sought after, least discussed also. We will come to it later. Now we will move on to Madangi madam. Madam was talking about sleep. Madam, if you see the PhD students, especially masters, everybody, when they come, they find that they are more productive at night. The lab is least disturbed only at the night. And like obviously like 6-7 years they are going to be like this. And even the BTech students, their clubs, their activities, everything starts only at night. And they are super, like even the campus is promoting nightlife. Like 2 o'clock you can you can get good hot, real good dosa. People are not allowed to starve. So nightlife is being promoted. But at the same time you are telling like it is very important for us to sleep on time, which is becoming highly impossible in an academic institute. So how do we manage this, and what is the so important that why should we be so discussing about sleep in this audience?
I'm really happy that all the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine have been addressed by each of the experts here, and I always love sleep more. Okay, sleep more and you're definitely going to be healthy.
To talk about sleep more?
No, sleep more is definitely there. I sleep early. I'm an early sleeper, I wake up at 4. So sleep more is always important. Okay, but as you rightly said, these are the exact reason my kids used to give in the college. Like your net connectivity is maximum, nobody there in the lab, and you can really work calmly. Every reason that they used to give is that. I can speak at both this perspective, one at the student perspective, the other one is at the institutional perspective. I would first like to go at institutional perspective because we have more faculty here. What is it that makes them work in the night that we cannot provide them in the working hours? I think that is something that we need to introspect. Why do they want to work in the night and not in the morning? Is it so difficult that I cannot provide that in the morning? For example, when I work in the night, my guide is not there. I'm talking for the PhD scholars. My guide is not there. When my guide is not there, I don't need to do the chores that the guide might ask me. Definite. It's not that they are not an unpaid labor for us, but there are kuti things we definitely ask them. Can you just watch out on this? Can you just see this? Certain things we do ask them. Right from the small thing to the big thing, we definitely ask our scholars. Now that trouble is not going to be there for the research scholars when they're going to do in the night. Okay? The net connectivity is something like it is a structural thing which we can definitely change. Okay? And the peace and calmness that they get in the night, if we can provide that sort of an environment in the morning hours or in the working hours, why are they going to come in the night? This is from us to introspect as an administrators as well. Now, if that is done, this is sorted. But coming to them, if they're going to be a continuous like a night owls, what is it going to take on them is what we need to think on. If they get to know like, right, how long am I going to be like this? Am I going to have a reset button to get my bio clock, okay, back to normal? If I can do that, amazing. That is, I'm resetting. Like all of us have the jet lag and we reset. The same way I need to reset. 2 weeks is enough to reset my sleep cycle. It's not 2 years or 2 months, just 2 weeks. Proper sleep hygiene, we can correct it as well. That is post the PhD. During the PhD, if they're going to do it, extended period, what all might happen. The minute you said you have hot dosa and everything available at that time, the one thing that you can see, people who are working in the night hours to keep them awake, because there is no other external stimuli. The one stimuli that we go in for is eating. That is the taste. So, all of us, even if I'm going to work beyond 10 o'clock, the first thing that I do is open the fridge to see what is the chocolate is there, ice cream is there, lassi is there, what do I eat additional. This is beyond my dinner. Right? So, when I'm going to keep myself awake in the night, I tend to actually overeat, binge eat, or do anything and do it. This is something that I tell to my students and my kids as well. I used to tell them is, whatever you have studied in the night time, quantify it. It is all observation, right? Quantify it. Write down what all you did also during that time. No mobile phone, nothing, everything, right? The same thing you do one day according to what I am telling you. It's your decision, don't take the mobile phone. Because no, calls might come, but don't pick it. Okay, it can be in a do not disturb mode for the period that you have invested or interested in doing your focused work. Done? Now see what is your productivity. You have your own lifestyle productivity, you have what I am telling you are having your productivity. Now see which productivity was more. Whoever is doing it, you can definitely try. Your productivity is definitely more during this period. Okay, so it is see, test and change. That would be the best thing that I would always say. If people want what all happens when you're completely being a night owl, if you start to look at it, your damage that you're making to your biosystem is going to become a permanent or a long-term damage for which you will be paying it when you're 40. If you said that you have hypertensives early, you start to ask them what was their pattern of study time and work time during their college days. It would be their sleep time, which would be in one of the key factor when compared to all of the things people have said now, sleep.
So that's a great answer, but we need to fundamentally understand something. What it does sleep, what it does to me. So every individual will have a circadian rhythm. So it is all being said. So you go to high altitude or you go to a place where there is no mobile, where there is no light, automatically will sleep at 5 or 6 o'clock. This we would have seen, all of us would have seen in our vacation or whenever we go in a remote place. When there is no light, we sleep. When there is no light, what happens? Your melatonin gets produced. So early morning, 3 o'clock, what happens? Your cortisol gets produced. So when you are sleeping late, your melatonin, you are trying to push it at 3 o'clock, and what is to be secreted at 3 o'clock is your cortisol, which is getting pushed at, start secreting at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. You are putting your body into a total mess. So this is something which we need to tell. That is the reason why the incidence of hypertension or diabetes is higher among people, is because of this reason. So tell them that they are just literally screwing their body like anything. This is a fundamental message that we need to tell, not only for our students, even for ourselves, including faculties. We see, even when we talk about this, we see faculties who are sitting in the lab till 2 o'clock every day. So this is a fundamental thing we need to understand. Now I will move to Krishnamurthy sir. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
You use the technical terms, I'm just adding. The melatonin will not get secreted afterwards. That is for sure. Cortisol might probably be get activated even if you're going to straight, but you have missed your melatonin level. Remember, melatonin has multiple uses. One of it is the best anti-aging chemical produced by your own body. We have melatonin in all our face creams and other things also, but you keep getting melatonin more and more better if your sleep rhythm is very good. I am literally being an evangelist for sleep, though. I definitely sign up with everybody and everything.
Yes, madam, you want to add something?
As sir said, we are also seeing these, because of sleep deprivation, new onset seizures. We see a lot of students when, because of prolonged sleep deprivation, having seizures or fits. So it's very important that the neural calming is important. And as we are working here with our IIT students, one thing that we found which I resonate with madam is that one of the reasons is because we all have very different sensory thresholds. That is, our ability to tolerate noise, light. So all this is different for a lot of people. And in general, we see this high achieving population, their sensory threshold is unique as well. So that is why the need for a sensory environment, which the calm, the noise, the light, I think these sensory adaptations, if at all we can create an environment which is conducive to that, that can help us to prevent this pushing all their work during the nights and to.
Thank you, madam. So we will just move on to the next question to Dr. Krishnamurthy, sir. Sir, so you said about diet. So when we talk about diet, especially when they are in the having food in the mess, so it is all about 106 or 140, whatever the local mess people fix for a day rate, day contract rate, whatever we call it as. So they have to work within that limitation. So we know like how much 1 kg of any vegetable costs. It is about any vegetable, 60 to 70 rupees, it easily comes. No, so students especially when they are dining in the mess, either they take some dal with chapati or rice with curry with the minimal vegetables and no protein. So this sort of diet is being forced on. This is inevitable. So how could a student or a person in their mid-30s or early 30s, so how could they adjust their diet, sir? We see a lot of people who are not able to take the adequate protein intake, adequate vegetable starch, whatever we call. Like, is there anything that you want to add over here? How could they reset? How could it be done?
It's a very good question, sir. So you want food plate is very important one. So the plate is a round shape. Off portion you have to plant vegetables and fruits only. Quarter portion you will take cereal, and then quarter portion will be take a protein. So your percentage of proteins, you have to calorie requirement. Generally, I think you want a student body weight. You have normal body weight. You want adequate. Your height is 160 centimeter. Suppose. So you have to normal weight. You are not obesity, not underweight. You have to normal 35 to 40 kilocalorie for the body requirement. Near about 2000 calorie per secondary worker. If you have the patient, 55% will be, 50 to 55% will be carb. So you have to cereal, pulses you will take. That is very important. That cereal also you have to whole grain cereal, because you have millet cereal, not taking the one type of vegetable, one type of cereal. Some people, morning idli, lunch rice, night idli, dosa. That is not correct. Two type of cereal is very important one. First you will take a morning fermented, you take probiotic with a sambar or something chutney, with a salad, egg white or full. You are vegetarian, you have to dal or something you will take. If you have non-vegetarian, your student, whole egg, you want boiled egg or scrambled egg or something, bullseye or anything will take. Your age is 40, you are I think professor or anything. You have obesity, you egg white. You take idli with, or you want kaldosa, or something you want to uttapam, or you want to pongal or kichadi. Anything 150, 200 grams with a sambar must. Some people, in home, I think 2 idli, little chutney. That is not sufficient. I think plate already told, you have to off portion, you take something in lunch, you have more vegetables. Daily your consumption of vegetables, you have to 50%, two to three type of vegetables you will take must. One green leaf vegetable, one other vegetable, one roots and tuber. You are diabetic, you have professor or anything old age, you are diabetic, you have more green leaf vegetables or salad you want to include in your diet. Your roots and tuber you want to reduce it. I think a student, you have nothing to worry, not be fried item. You have to only boil potato or you want something seasoning. That vegetables also is good. You have some fiber. So fiber also is very important daily requirement, 25 to 40 grams per daily requirement. If you have not taking the sufficient quantity, or constipation, you are not adequate sleep, you are not adequate water, you are not adequate physical activity, definitely your constipation 2 days once you are passing motion. So that is what to avoid. You have to physical activity and adequate hydration, and also fiber also very important, you are included in your diet. So morning breakfast, in between always you take liquids, water, you have to buttermilk or lime juice or vegetable soup or something water in between. So not concentration your duty or you want to classes, in between you taking go to your finishing in between gap, you take water and then your small walk also be 5 minutes to walk, your bowel movement also is very important. Lunch also you will take adequate something rest or something you want to need, you have to. In between you have something you want evening, you have tea or coffee you will take, but a sundal always best. Mostly you have to sundal, you have to fiber, protein and everything is very good. Micronutrients also by B complex, vitamin, minerals and everything. So why it is a night dinner you have to different, earlier dinner always good because 8 to 8:30 is best because you take a food, you have work anything, your body metabolism will be increased. Some people, you know, there is not without dinner, you're taking work, last finally 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, you will taking dinner. So after then you're taking full the stomach and go to bed. So what happening, your body metabolism also, no need of energy. So you want rest only. You have the full system. That is only main causes of obesity and already you have childhood obesity. But 40 years before you are going to poor India that is having also be undernutrition. Now overnutrition, obesity, more in the nowadays. So that also prevented adequate nutrition, adequate carbohydrate, fiber, protein, micronutrients, sufficient quantity. You take your body metabolism, you are healthy, prevention for the diabetes, hypertension, everything. So nowadays, I think you want before 40 years, you have the seeing after regular work, 10 to 6 you will be working in office. There most of the people after 60 only diabetics you want to detect. But nowadays, you have to 25 years or some 35 years also be detecting the diabetics because you're due to your food habit, your lifestyle patch, you are not physical activity, nothing to happen, trust factor. I think performance is more trust in the education that all be causes. So prevented, that is very preventive strategy is very important. Adequate sleep, adequate food, regular timingly food, inadequate, that you have to have, definitely your future will be better and then your healthy, your lifestyle, your life, you enjoy your life to up to 8 years. Thank you.
So something which we can practically do at the institutional level is please encourage some vendors to sell dal. So whatever is there. So that is something fundamentally we need to do. Because whatever dal is served in the mess, it's all liquid. Still they can find some dal at the end, but that is the crude way of doing. So please encourage. This can be done in any institute. Second thing is, if they are going to take egg is a good source of protein. So it gives about 6 to 7 grams of protein. Ask them to take it with yellow portion, yellow yolk. That is another important thing. So these are some nutritional tips to make what sir said, like your plate should be divided into 2. So one of is the normal rice, chapati, roti, whatever that you consume. The 1/4 should be protein, 1/4 should be your vegetables or starch. So starches comes with salad or any vegetables that is there, but protein will be the most deficient one. So there are strategies we said, like you can inculcate that. So we'll just now.
One thing, sir.
Sir.
I forgot. Egg is only the one egg 50 gram, near about 7.5 gram protein and 6 gram fat. So the fat is containing also B12 is mostly you have to B12 is not taking sufficiency quantity for all. So I think you want a student weekly 4 eggs to 4 eggs only. So one day 1 egg, alternate days or something 1 egg or something will take. Suppose you have to professor or something the people of any 40 years or something you want faculties. First you have to find out your lipid profile. Your lipid profile cholesterol above the 200 level or 240 above, your LDL bad cholesterol
Sir, we will come
above
to
the
that
100
later,
level.
Sir. We will come to that later, sir. Next question we will take. So I will just move on to Dr. Bharat Ratnam. Sir, you said there is a scarcity of space in all the campuses. So this will be there in most of the colleges. So what is the importance of exercise? Why we should encourage students to do exercise and how they can inculcate? Like Madangi madam said, like you have to sleep, but there is no space also. So why should they, if at all, exercise, and how to encourage exercise in an academic curriculum? What is the need for it and how to go about it?
So for exercise, in educational institute, most of the educational institute have a gymkhana or some small playgrounds. So if they are specifically involved in some sports, encourage weekends of going for the play, or else they can do some within their hostel rooms or wherever they're staying, they can do a simple exercise stretches in a day. So that can be taught. For example, some of the yoga poses, they can sit and do it in their room, which not require a huge space or a huge time. So some simple techniques that we can teach them if they are not practicing. If they are actively doing some activities, prayerly past and their past, they are doing something, we can encourage them to do it. If they are doing this, definitely their social connection with the teammates or other people will improve. Again, their food intake and the sleep pattern improves. And in return, it will improve their academic excellence. So one of the example, one of my mentor, he was very active, and we used to travel for some of the conference in the car. So around 9 o'clock, you will go to shutdown mode. You will sleep. So whatever time we reach in the venue, early morning 4 to 5 o'clock, you will get up. He will insist us to go for a walking or just a small walk. Wherever we go, just he will say that we'll go for a small walk. So that walking helps him to keep concentrate on the conversation and the meeting happens. So if we miss 1 or 2 days that exercise or small walking or something, definitely you'll tell by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock you feel little tired. So to keep ourselves energetic and concentrate in the activity, small exercise in a day is very important.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
This is something that I always do whenever I go for a talk or anything. Before even I start a talk, I definitely make the participants do an activity. Okay? We'll just do a quick one. Can you all, wherever you're sitting, I'm not going to make you stand. Can you all stretch your leg as much as you can? Straight to your thigh level. Can you make your toe see your head? Okay? That is, flex your ankle. Yes. Hold on for a count of 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, lift it, lift it, lift it. It should be at your chair level, okay? 4, 3, 2, 1, down. How do you feel at the back of your thigh? We've been sitting for quite some time. We always say a rule of 30. Ninga the rule solringla. Okay, it is for every 30 minutes, have a break of at least 8 minutes. Just stand up, walk, rotate the class, or do anything, but after rotating, just do a simple, I'm sure with International Day of Yoga going, a simple Tadasana is more than sufficient. Or turn, give a namaskaram to yourself, touch your feet, bend back, look at somebody, turn to the right or turn to the left, do something, enough for your stretches. Break the sitting is something that we can all do as teachers in every class. At least we will make the class a little lighter as well. Especially if it is kids, it is amazing.
Absolutely, ma'am. Sitting is the new smoking. You know, that's what research says. So I'd just like to add on the exercise doctor asked. I think at a cognitive level also, it's very important because BDNF, the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, is secreted. So that's going to increase the cognitive performances of the students. So it's very important. And there's a lot of research to say that the secretion of endorphins happen. So there is a relieving effect on anxiety and depression as well. So exercise has numerous benefits. And in fact, one of the things we are talking about is if they are not able to hit the exercise recommendations, movement, stretching is important. There's a very interesting thing about walking, just strolling. In fact, I think there's those who are known the Hamilton Walk in UK. There is this thing when IIT should know, I'm not very thing about this day, but there was this professor who actually, while he was taking a walk, that's when he kind of, the idea, he got the solution of a great mathematical formula. So ever since, every year, there are the group of mathematicians who do the Hamilton walk. And there's very interesting neuroscience behind it, because we are always consuming or working actively on cognitive we are actively consuming, processing. But what happens is that when something like a walk, which is a minimal cognitive activity, when that happens, that's when the brain wanders. It goes into an automatic default mode where it kind of picks up everything that we've learned and consolidates, and that's when the aha moment happens. So I think movement, stretching, exercise goes well beyond the positive repercussions that we know. And I think we should all embark any kind. So sometimes I see achievers generally have the all or none. Either I hit the gym or I don't do anything. So I think that's when even we say micro periods of wellness, while walking, while in the lift, minor stretches, while sitting down. Now actually the recent very interesting research shows that calf raises, like actually while we are sitting down, calf raises can bring down your sugar levels. So I think these forms of micro activities can also be encouraged among students.
So that was a very, very fantastic point. See, like, just by doing this calf rise like this, not even as strenuous as Madangi madam was telling, like, so just by doing like this while you are sitting, there are studies which show that it reduces the HbA1c by 0.3 to 0.4. So phenomenal, which most of your drugs doesn't achieve that much amount of reduction. So very important, like especially for faculties, you need to know. The other important point is, Dr. Yamini madam was telling, like very, very important point of the patients whom we see in our clinic, like their mental health problem gets addressed only with physical activity. So something which we tell everybody left and right who come to us is, please go for a walk. Please do some physical activity. There are spaces around here. So you, madam was telling about endorphin. So it doesn't get released. Your endorphin doesn't get released if your muscles are not strained. How will you strain your muscles? Only with your physical activity. So physical activity, and you see like any person who is walking, have they ever complained of any body pain? Have they ever complained of anything like that I don't want to go? Only people who don't walk, who don't run, who don't go to gym will tell like I find it difficult. People who walk, who go to gym, who play, they do everything because it is addictive. If you don't go for a walk, you feel depressed. If you don't do exercise, you feel that your day is not complete. So it doesn't matter, like very, very fundamental. And all your, as I said, like your cognitive impairment improves. Cognitive facilities, it gets improved. So exercise is very, very important. Now we will move on to the last question to Dr. Yamini madam. So somebody wants to improve their psychological well-being. So even at the level of faculties, except like we have such a 2-day big program, that is all fine. So if they want to improve their psychological well-being, or if they want to undergo some course, some materials, some books, so what will you suggest as an individual or for their students where they can put their hands on?
Okay. Say, if you would ask me the one thing, sir, which I would recommend to students and which is sadly neglected and is a silent epidemic, is the epidemic of loneliness. So that has come up big time, where there are reports to show that it has come up to epidemic proportions. There is a difference between loneliness and being alone. So alone is a choice, but loneliness, in spite of the hyper-connected...
Sorry to interrupt, madam. So that is the reason why they go to mobile.
Absolutely. So that's the paradox of technology. So when you look at fostering connections in online or in the digital platforms, they end up lonelier. So that is why I think it's very important that we foster real-time relationships, social interactions, because even evolutionarily, our brain has been designed to be in a tribe. So being alone and nurturing very superficial relationships might not cater to that. So when you are not connected with real people, immediately the amygdala or the limbic system of the brain gets fired. So we are always in a hypervigilant mode, and that's what also translates as our immune function does not work well and prone to all the lifestyle diseases that we are talking about. So I think if there is one question or one thing that we need to address to the students are, do they have one person whom they feel safe enough and a place where they can share what they feel what they emote. So this psychological safety is a lifestyle factor. And I think that is what we also need to nurture along with all the other three pillars, fostering the psychological safety. And how are they going to do it? And exactly like what you said, sir, not to look into the virtual media for nurturing these connections. Making eye contact, looking at people, talking, and making time for those connections. And I think that social interactions, that is going to be a huge, that's the pillar.
So very, very important point. That is the exact reason why we should hit the ground. You are forced to smile at someone. You can't keep put your heads down and keep walking. Like if somebody does that, there is some real problem and we have to pick him there. So that is the importance of exercise. And as madam said, like we had I was in army for some time. So we had something called as buddy system. Every individual, be it a helicopter or aeroplane or whether he is in ship or anywhere, he has something called buddy system. So somebody should, even if he is going for some climbing, some firing, something, he will always have buddy system. So the other person knows what happens to him. If he doesn't eat, the other person, like a modified version of this is implemented in IIT, you would have known about this. So this buddy system is very important. Now I will just ask the last question, madam. So if they want to really read something or undergo some course, something to improve their well-being, do you have any suggestion where they can look into?
Yes, I really feel, I think the awareness to that resilience and emotional regulation, these are two skills I think we should learn. Because now we are in a world where there is a lot of sensationalism about everything. So one skill that we see hugely lacking is the ability to regulate emotions. And hopefully that is what our team here and all the other mental health professionals are working. If this emotional regulation as a skill can be taught and they can learn. So we are here going to offer and are already offering at an individual level. But we're also looking at a way where we can do it as a very structured course. But I would generally say that working on mental health is something as important as working on other aspects of physical health.
So, yes, madam, please, madam.
Because I'm from the department, don't take it as an advertising as well. Our department has a master's program which is in person. We've been running it for the last 6 years, which is in MSc in Mind, Body and Lifestyle Sciences was there. We have slightly modified it now in the nomenclature as Masters in Wellness and Health Coaching. That's a 2-year in-person program. Now this January, we started an online program, completely online, including examination. Everything is online. You do have some synchronous online webinars as well, which is postgraduate certificate program in wellness coaching. The third one that we offer is, which is going to be launched from this July end in NPTEL. We have an elective, a course offered in NPTEL is Mind, Body and Wellness. We offer as an elective at Ramchandra a course on Art and Science of Happiness. We also offer courses on team dynamics and communication. Our department is only going like this. So we are just offering courses which would probably be something that the students can actually relate with. And none of these courses, when we are offering it, let's say Art and Science of Happiness, there are no examination for those courses. And we clearly see to it like we are not going to use PowerPoints on the class, but it's going to be like activities, and reflection of the activities becomes the learning on happiness. So we have made it like this as courses. You're welcome to join our online program as well as our NPTEL courses. Thank you.
So we will allow quickly 2 questions, just quick, very brief.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for this panel discussion. Thank you once again. So yesterday we heard from the director that vitamin D deficiency is one of the reasons why all of this is happening. So was there any deliberate attempt to introduce vitamin D supplements or vitamin D rich food? That is one question. And my colleague is mentioning vitamin B12 is also one of the reasons. So could you please shed some light on this?
So I will take this question, madam. Yeah. So see, vitamin D data, most of it is coming from the Western regions, say Caucasian countries. So vitamin D actually, like, because sun doesn't come, so it doesn't synthesize much. So these things happen over there. So based on this, do we need to interpret our data? Something sadly, like we see that though vitamin D is less, it is not contributing to as it was contributing to the Western data. There are some studies done among the Jat people. There are some, there is a study which is done among army people. All these studies have showed that vitamin D level and your well-being is not related. So we don't need to generally jump and do, because even after correcting, we see that the vitamin D is deficient only. So not to jump one point, vitamin B12 is truly yes, because we don't eat meat much. Our nutritional deficiency, B12 deficiency is very, very significant. How do we encourage people to take B12 in a institute like this? We can tell them like take extra curd, if it is okay for them, or there are some studies from Stanley Medical College. They said like you eat fermented rice, take some rice, pour it over, pour some water overnight, and consume it next day, which gives a good vitamin B12 source. So that is something which we can always look at. You want to add?
Just adding on the vitamin B12, yes, absolutely important. It's important to get your levels tested. And as Sir said, to make these dietary modifications, sometimes absorption becomes an issue. So you might require injectable forms of B12 because it's one of the most commonest causes of reversible dementia. You know, it can produce significant cognitive decline, and if identified, very simple to treat. So it's very important, B12 as, and yes, we have a lot of data about vitamin D, but I think we need not get anxious about it. And in general, I heard from an endocrinologist in a previous discussion that as Indians, we actually lack an enzyme. So that's why our vitamin D levels are always kind of low. And now there's the hype about constantly needing to replace it. But yes, adequate supplementation, adequate sunlight exposure, okay, not to worry too much.
So last one question, if there are any pressing issues.
One thing. The vitamin D3 deficiency, most of the occurs, but you have to, how to prevent it. So I think you want to, 30 years before, they were everybody in the sunlight, washing the clothes in the sunlight 10 minutes. That is it. You go to office by bus or walkable, and then you have to sunlight, direct sunlight. You post office, you going, or something you want to bank. So everything sunlight. Never ever nowadays you will be closing system. Everybody washing machine, inside washing, that is it. Everybody, the vitamin D3, the conversion in your body 10 to 3 only. That trace is come to your fat, the 7D hydrocholesterol, you are converted into vitamin D3. So you have to already having the fat converted to vitamin 3. So most of the deficiency that is not in the sunlight. In the foreign countries, everybody in the sea source will be without small cloth, and then you want direct sunlight. So you have to deficiency less. But 30 years before, there is nothing vitamin D3 deficiency. Nowadays, more vitamin D3 deficiency due to sunrise, that expose is very less. Second thing, you are non-vegetarian, vitamin B12. So that is a fermented, you have to milk is very less source. Egg yolk is best. Weekly, 2 or 3 days, whole egg you will take, nothing to red meat, limited, you have to limited, not more, only 50 to 70 gram. Very important. That milk you have to take. So many people without milk, without curd, you want to know, that is a wrong belief. You have to fat. Milk is very essential because you want calcium, B12, you want vitamin D3 less. Now you want fortification of B12 and then vitamin D3 also in B. So you have to must 2 cup milk, very essential in the vegetarian sources. Non-vegetarian source, egg and red meat or chicken or fish. Fish is always best. You want small fish, you have to அதாவது கானாங்கத்தை, மத்தி, சங்கரா, that is having very small, that you have to sardine or something you have to, very small fish, you want to, that fish is containing vitamin D3 more. So I have to Aila, that means also be. So the fish, egg yolk, and then you have to take a correct portion, weekly twice, definitely you get to the B12 and vitamin D3 also will get. So good, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Suresh Raila sir and the entire team for inviting us. Would like to thank the fellow panelists, Matangi madam, Krishnamurthy sir, Bharat Ratnam and Yamini Kannappan madam.
Thank you, doctors, for such an enlightening session. Now I would like to request Professor Suresh Kumar Raila to present the memento to our esteemed panelists.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
And also Colonel Balaji sir to present the mementos.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Please.
Now moving forward with our sessions, we've all had those moments when someone asks, "Are you okay?" And we instinctively reply, "I'm fine," even when we're clearly running on 2 hours of sleep and more than 3 cups of coffee. The truth is, noticing when someone genuinely needs support is a skill, one that can make a world of difference. So next, there will be a session on early identification and management of red flag signs. This session will also feature a practical demonstration of Your Dost, a digital initiative supporting student well-being. To guide us through this important discussion, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Director in Charge, Institute of Mental Health and Life Skills, Promotion, New Delhi, and Director, Expressions, India. Practical demonstration by Your Dost by Sonakshi Nair, Clinical Psychologist by Your Dost, and Professor Manish Anand, Inclusive Head of IIT Madras. May I request our esteemed speakers to kindly come forward as we welcome them with a warm round of applause. We will start with a small talk by Professor Manish Anand, Inclusive Head, IIT Madras. I request the esteemed dignitaries to take their seats on the dais. Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Sonakshi Nair, Clinical Psychologist, and Manish Anand, Inclusive Head, IIT Madras. We also have a surprise guest with us. So we'll start with a small talk by Professor Manish Anand.
Shalinder sir, please. We need one more chair. Okay, a very intensive and a conducive platform right now. And as we are moving ahead with the whole idea about taking the complete transformation forward, wonderful session since yesterday, today morning also. Now the time has come to take on the onus and be the soul and the instigator of all the things that can be happening on your own campus. So, wish you all the best for whatever you can do when you go back. That's the reason why this panel was a little ad hoc decision, because we have stalwarts in the field who are looking at a far-reaching momentum for looking at how well-being as a paradigm can be more practical, more pragmatic, and also doable and rich in its own feedback. So we have Dr. Shalinder sir here, who has been a very impressive researcher in the field of how we can actually bring in more workable and lasting models to make behavioral research possible and doable on the campus, especially how we can evaluate what is being done, whether it is being done in the right direction, and what are the models which can pick up from mutual learning and also mutual understanding of what we are all discussing here today. You're all here. I think you were here in the inauguration. The best part to learn was what we can do for our own institute first as a step when you go back. Okay, sir? We have Dr. Manish Anand here, who will help us to understand the current and contemporary issues confronting the special needs population for an inclusive India at the educational platform, both in schools and the colleges. You know that universities are bound by certain PWD Act of India 2016, and 21 disabilities are notified, of which specific learning disability is a very important area, often with a lot of dilemmas, because we have high achievers and high performers in SLDs, but whether they are appropriately integrated. So we have even Sonakshi ma'am, who's a clinical psychologist, who will touch upon that area partly, because I'm sure you do the assessments for SLDs. You do. Last but not the least, and very important guest over here is, I would say, Madam Vaju Manian. She's from Columbia University. From Columbia University, she has rich experience in the career formulations for young people. How we formulate careers, how we envisage a more holistic approach to careers, how we also look at behavioral, emotional learnings while we choose careers. Am I right, ma'am? That should be okay. Right, so you got a brief idea. We will definitely have a little time for you people to put your comments and also queries forward, because this moves into the next part of the day, where the checklist is with you about the university well-being indicators. All of you have that with you? You have the university well-being indicators checklist with you? You have a white booklet given to you in your bag. So kindly keep it ready for the next discussion. So we'll start with Dr. Manish Anand. Yeah. Would you like to be here and tell us about your experience? Yeah.
Sure. A very good morning to everyone. So I've been working with the students with disabilities on campus, and as part of the Dean of Students office, and the initiative is called Inclusive Education, where we try to provide students with all the aspects of their daily living and education, be it assistive devices, be it reasonable accommodations that are to be made during classrooms or during their classes or exams, and most importantly, supporting them through the placement process so that they can go on to fulfilling career. One of the biggest challenges that we have found is academics is significantly impacted during the first year for a lot of students. One of the primary reasons is these students come from different backgrounds. Even though they are they may receive the right kind of support, they have not had a background in that support itself. They have not received those devices, they have not worked with those devices. So they are almost playing catch up at every level. They're learning to use the device to learn, in their classrooms.
So, Dr. Manish, we'll make it more interactive with the panel also. It'll be very good to learn from all of you. What are the notified common? I told you there are 21 disabilities which the Government of India has approved applicable for provisions even in the education system. So, what are the commonest which you come across? For example, you from IIT Madras. So, would you notify to us as an audience which are the commonest 3-4 of them where you need assisted devices and where you don't need a device?
So the most common is locomotor impairment,
right,
followed by vision impairment, then speech and hearing, and then you have people on the ASD spectrum. So these are the primary ones that we have had interaction, we have had as part of our cohort so far as a higher education institute. And so the first three require some or the other assistive device or institutional assistance in terms of, if you're talking about locomotor impairment, then institutional assistance in terms of moving between classes or between the hostel and the academic complex. So buggies or carts or whatever. And then for vision impairment, that is our largest challenging group because they require training with the devices that they're provided with, and it is central to their learning and education.
So can we ask the audience here, and you can just give an opinion poll. How many of you definitely have a admission process properly certified for admissions of persons under disability? How many of you have? Still not many have. A definite documented process of screening admissions under the Disabilities Act. Okay. At least 2 of you can tell us as response to Professor Manish subsequently. Okay, before we move on to the next panel, and we'll come back to you again. A very fertile area which has emerged as a big challenge in our country today is the high achievers and very high performers in the entrance exams, both JEEs and NEET exams and all, getting into professional colleges and law exams also, are these specific learning disabilities. So what are the, you have some proper approach for the SLD admissions? You have them. What is your take on it? What is SLD in the understanding of the faculty in an average institute, and what are the processes involved while admitting them?
So unfortunately, there is no standard process here for students with learning disabilities because we have not had a large cohort of students with learning disabilities. The primary exposure has been for a few students on the ASD spectrum. And in that case, we have to interact with the students, and the faculty have to be sensitized, and these are usually at the graduate
SLD,
level.
Specific learning disability do not have a procedure notified on paper. What do they carry? What do they carry when they come for admission as a paper? Anybody? SLD is not? So we can't hear you. So sir says there is no quota for SLD. How many of you agree on this? There is no quota for SLD? There is a quota for persons with disabilities. Okay? Yeah, we're just coming to it.
I can add.
So we are coming back to Sonakshi ma'am to clarify on this. Still we need a response from the audience. See, because these are nebulous areas and very shallow areas which actually are so important both from psychological, social and legal point of view.
Sir, basically SLD, as I know, there is no, sir.
Yeah, please.
There is no specific admission criteria for it. They come under general category. To be precise, I learnt about SLD through a student.
Okay.
Who struggled. I did not know that he was struggling. When he was passing out, he let me know. I was surprised, actually.
So there are 2 points which I'll ask Sonakshi ma'am, we move to you now. One is, there is no question, sir, that in an entrance exam, which is usually a multiple choice exam, you don't have to write, a lot of cursive and prose writing on that. So most of the SLD high performers, who are high performers or average performers, likelihood that they will get through the common entrance exam? One is they get detected or they go through the struggle when they come to the institution.
Yeah, the student who I had,
Yeah.
he was actually asking a lot of questions. There was a lot of involvement.
Right.
But when it came to assessment in the test, actually the answers were not clear. I could not really understand what was the reason.
May I just add one thing to add here? So, so as clinical psychologists, we also give we do diagnose, right? So there is one little loophole here. One is borderline intelligence. So we diagnose learning disabilities based on intelligence, IQ level, IQ scores. So, you know, it ranges between, like, if you're below 60, it goes into mild, moderate, severe, profound. That's retardation, like, I mean, intellectual disability.
No, madam,
but if you're in the
basically this
borderline range,
This was a dyslexia case.
right,
where
I'm coming
writing-
to that, right. So 70 to 79 is when that is in a borderline range. And above that, 80 to say 90 comes in the low average. Now that is where we classify SLDs under. So what happens is there is no provision for these students with under the borderline range. So the confusion comes that those students who come under that 80 to 90, 80 to 89, they are classified under, like you mentioned, dyslexia or any other thing. So that, that bar becomes vague, because what about the 70 to 79? So that is the reason. This is something that's been ongoing as a debate for very, very long. Clinically, I can only talk from that standpoint.
Can I,
No,
sir?
that does, yeah.
Yeah, we'll come to you. I'll just summarize so far the discussion. One is, do not get perturbed by any specific learning disability crossing the entrance exam successfully, coming out in flying colors, in any general category also coming to the institute. What sir is saying is very right. You come to understand the struggle of that student later.
I was surprised.
When
basically-
the written examinations are happening. First category is if they have already got the evaluation done in +2, 11th and 12th, they can apply under that category during the entrance exam and come through, even if the IQ is average or above average, right? So both are possible. So what are you going to say regarding this case, ma'am, what sir is mentioning?
He's absolutely right, because today we are living in a technology-enabled world.
Right.
So a person with dyslexia, who has trouble reading, will overcome it because there is a text-to-speech software that is available, which is available for visually challenged people as well, right? JAWS, we have a software called as JAWS on campus, which is given to our students with visual challenge. Problem comes, and sir is absolutely right. And sir is absolutely right, because when you are navigating the classroom, you might not have that much of a difficulty. But examinations are largely pen and paper. So one has to sit down and write. That's when the difficulty comes. So at Nalsar, what we do is, we ask the student, we are very clear that the benchmark marking that exists is in the horizontal, and the vertical and the horizontal accommodations is okay for the people with recognized disabilities. So when student enters, you will have to create your own ways of accommodating the student. One, availability of an amanuensis, which means somebody else will write the exam for you. You will orally say out your response and it's written. On two, there is now something that we are considering, speech to text software. But then there is a problem there. Your speech has to be as per a certain pronunciation, otherwise the spelling errors come. So we are doing certain kinds of accommodations that are available there.
So your message is very appropriate. One myth to be clarified, ma'am. Whatever scientific research, you know Albert Einstein, Tom Cruise, Thomas Alva Edison, it is a lifelong developmental dyslexia. SLD for dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia. It is a lifelong. It is not remediable. It is provisions can be given, which you are doing. Perfect. So what about a case? Let sir also and you both answer. If anybody else would like to. See, tomorrow you're going back. You will be coming across these challenges. I'm sure Devendra sir will tell us in the end of this panel discussion what the ministry has done wonderfully for the last 5 years for advocacy of disability, especially SLD. So the message is very clear. What Sonakshi ma'am also said, while you get a student in your fresh batch, it is okay to clarify anybody who has a document assessment carried over from +2 and got admission in that category. That's perfectly okay. But a bona fide certificate, preferably having a UDID card. What is UDID card, ma'am?
So the UDID card is basically the disability certification, the card that you get after you've been assessed by a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist, and there's a government identification saying that you are formally diagnosed with a disability. And LDs do come under that.
So when you go back, please, if you go on the website of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, please tell your, like Professor Anand is in the WSN category department, please tell that department or the Dean Admission that are we updated about the process of admission for disabilities? First step. Do they know about the UDID cards? Definitely required. UDID cards are definitely required for admission of any person under the disability category. It's like a credit card. Okay? So kindly do that. You'll be also updated on the work to be done. Secondly, I think you have said very nicely, and sir also said, you may not have a disability certificate for SLD because they will get through the entrance exam, as she was saying, ma'am was saying very colorfully. They may get stuck only while writing long papers. So that's the concept clear to all. Then you get the assessment done from a clinical psychologist in your area, and there is a medical board of that hospital who has to countersign it. The medical board of a hospital has to countersign the report of a clinical psychologist mentioning the percentage of disability. What is the percentage clinical psychology gives for SLD?
So it's usually between 80 to 89. So if you're in that range, you're low average in intelligence, and that comes under LDs.
If it is only dyslexia, it is 40%. If it is a mixture of dysgraphia and all, so keep that in mind.
So if it's 60 and below, then that comes under intellectual disabilities. But if for LDs, it's usually.
I think intellectual disability classification is different from SLD classification.
Yes, so this comes.
Because your IQ test cannot diagnose SLD. There are specific tests for SLD. So for example, 80 to 89 or 100 and 120, these are all IQ tests that talks about your intellectual disability. For example, even ASD children, ASD people will not have intellectual disability. SLD is something that is not about intelligence, it's about a particular ability about reading and writing. See, they will definitely do well in the exams where you have to mark the answer, but they may have a problem in writing. That's why it is not considered as a benchmark disability. As far as I know, for a benchmark disability classification to be eligible for physically handicapped quota, it is 40%. If somebody is 40% and above, that the medical board decides, you get a PH certificate. SLD is not at all an intellectual disability. They are not tested by IQ test. There are specific tests for specific learning disability based on which, and that may be a comorbid condition for ASD, that may be a comorbid condition for intellectual disability.
I just want to add here, we start with an IQ test always. There's always a screener that we do as clinicians. It starts like that, whether it's a government setup or a private setup, this is how we work. It starts with an IQ test. We see if the child is even able to perform there or not. Once we screen that and we see, okay, there's a certain percentage that we see, okay, the child's got like using the Wechsler scale, that's the scale that we use, there's a certain percentage. And in India, we use this test called BKT, Binet Kamat Test of Intelligence, which is our Indian used test for IQ test. Once we see the child has got a decent score or the student has got a decent score, then we move on to say, but still there are problems, then we move on to a learning disability test. And that's called the SLD NIMHANS scale that we use, which is developed again and devised.
The new ones
Yes. But we use that in India mostly, even now. It keeps developing and keeps devising. NIMHANS is one of the few government institutions that works on these. And then we assess, and then after that also they have to go to a center, which is a government center. Then they get the UDID card where they're again assessed. And that assessment has to happen every few years. That's the recommendation that we give as clinicians.
So is the point clear about assessment of intellectual status, not disability? The intellectual status has to be done anyway, whether it is SLD or non-SLD, because that will give us a two-path approach, the road to be traveled. The IQ test is important on a T-junction. To decide SLD, also we have to do it to go on the right-hand side. To go on the left-hand side for all other disabilities, also it will be important. That helps us to know the age-appropriate cognitive development. To a 17-year-old who is likely to come into IIT, that test will help us to differentiate between possible SLD, which is the next test to be done, and non-SLD disability, what Manish sir was saying. Okay. Anyway, when you go back, what you should do in the coming 15-20 days to meet up with your wellness team. I'm sure you have mental health professionals there. You have psychiatrist or psychologist or the dean in charge. Call for a meeting with them. Clarify these 2-3 questions. Any doubt about that, you can write to Devendra Saabji's email ID at the Ministry of Education. Whatever help you will be getting from there. Sir will also mention about the regular SLD online programs which are going on. So I think this is enough for SLD unless somebody has any doubt about how to approach a case of suspected, doubtful SLD. We are not sure it is SLD. Like sir said now, get the assessment done for that child, the same child you mentioned. Right? So we come to Shailendra Saab. Yeah. We already introduced you as potential for the evaluation to what we do, whether we do it in the right direction, how much is likely to progress in the objectives that we are carrying out. We are all here to understand sustainable wellness. And sustainable wellness means that we also need to develop measurable ideas about it. You'll go back like IIT Madras is doing, IIT Kanpur is doing, NIT Kurukshetra is doing, NIT Warangal is doing, many of the institutes, central universities are doing. How do we measure what we are doing right in the direction of wellness? So what's your comment on that, sir?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say it's a real delight to be here. I mean, to see so many different institutions and being part of this group, with the ministry as well, to see the constant sort of support from the ministry, which is, I would say, a very unique experience for me. Just want to say that for us, what we try and do is to try and understand, various initiatives that are being undertaken by the institutions. What is the impact on mental well-being, right? I mean, that is essentially a more quantitative question. And to answer that accurately, what you need is really continuously collected data, right? So basically, at various points in time, institutions will have interventions, right? IIT Madras, I know for a fact, having talked to several of them, have several such interventions, right? Many institutions will have such interventions to essentially improve mental well-being. Which one of those are actually being effective, right? So, I mean, obviously institutions are going to be resource strapped. They would not have the capacity to have all the interventions ongoing all the time. So to be able to figure out which are the most effective interventions, what we do is essentially collect almost continuous data. So our group essentially is collecting data on almost a daily basis. I mean, even as we speak now, data is getting collected from the youth across the different age distribution. And so essentially having that kind of data, what we can say is before and after an intervention was implemented, what was in fact the impact of that particular intervention on the mental health outcome. So I think for us in India, in various institutions, the ability to collect continuous and consistent data is something that is important, something that we think is very relevant. And not only that, just not collecting the data, right? Getting the analysis done and results back. So a lot of what we do is automated. So given that, what we have learned is the following, right? Because we've been collecting data on a long time. First is, there was a period of time in 2008 and 2009 when, if you looked at college-going students, the group that we're talking about now, if you looked at various ages, right, from age 18 onwards, okay, imagine a graph with two axes, an x-axis and a y-axis. X-axis is age. The 18-year-old in 2008 actually had the best mental well-being across the age distribution. The older people, in fact, had worse mental well-being. The 18-year-old had the best mental well-being. What are we saying here? The 18-year-old in 2008 was someone that was born in 1990. Okay? That child essentially had very, very high levels of mental well-being. You fast forward to 2021, so from 2008 to 2021, you redo the same analysis, and you find the 18-year-old has the worst mental well-being across the age distribution. So what we are saying here is obviously something changed, right? So between a child born in 1990 and a child born in 2003 in India, something has changed about the way they're living their lives, right? We've all discussed here the various different elements of exercise and sleep, all of them compromised, diet has changed. Some of the other things that we've learned is the use of plastics, right? I mean, it's oftentimes ignored. Microplastics have been found in the human brain. What we've found is essentially that the consumption of hot foods and liquids in plastic containers is massively detrimental to mental well-being of the youth. it's hot foods and liquids, right? I mean, we talked about food being ordered, at various times during the day. Hot foods and liquids in plastic containers, okay, versus, take those that consume that frequently versus those that consume them less frequently or never. The ones that consume them frequently have levels of mental well-being an order of magnitude less or worse than the ones that are doing that very rarely, right? So those are some of the things, so they're learnings essentially from research that's being conducted that I think institutions could and can take back to their, you take back to your home institutions and essentially try and actually encourage the findings from some of this research into interventions that can be actually readily implemented, right? So plastics is clearly one. Exercise and sleep, it's less obvious how to actually implement that as an intervention. But bottom line is, I think for all of us here, given the support by the ministry, which in my opinion is very unique, I think the onus is on us now to take back the learnings from the research as well as the discussions to the home institutions and essentially try and make a difference as a change maker, right? Oftentimes we sit back and sort of say, I don't have essentially the agency to do things, but I think these are things that working together in groups can be done and perhaps should be done given the magnitude and importance of this particular question, which is the poor mental well-being of the youth. I think that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Shailendra. But in the context of, there's another opinion on that. We want you to give us a direction in it. Now, when we look at the triology of health and well-being for young India, and yesterday I think we heard a lot from the inauguration also, Professor Kamakoti was mentioning, we have 65 crores of people who are only under 30 years. You have North and South America combined, you have less than 65 crores. And if that population with ultra-processed food, refined carbohydrates, which is a culprit for all diseases today, and sleep deprivation we've been hearing on all panels. Third part, sedentary lifestyle, as you mentioned, lack of exercise, yoga or whatever. If that triology is contributing to enough scientific evidence now, we are hearing of digital dementia in children, where the brain morphology is undergoing changes. Do you think this has reason to believe from your understanding so far that if this is given as a skill building work in the wellness centers across institutions with enough scientific evidence, will that change the mindset of a population of young people who believe in evidence?
Yeah, absolutely, right? So I think right now, the young people, in the institutions you come from, I think we always look for evidence, right? So I'm talking about my own sort of immediate family members. The idea of not, for example, using smartphones, right? When you present the evidence, because they're looking always for evidence, they say, where's the evidence? But when you actually present that, they're much more receptive to that than perhaps we were, right? I think it's a young generation that demands the evidence, and I think once you provide it, I think they are going to be actually not only just receptive, but perhaps willing to work in groups to actually make a difference. The one other point that I'll add to what Sir just said is about the 65 crore population. What we are finding, which is with all of this goal of a Viksit Bharat, which I think all of us clearly would want us to be on that path, what we're finding, and it was finding a note that we had with the economic survey last year, was that all of this mental well-being, it's important in its own right, but it has massive implications for productivity, right? So if you're looking about a productive workforce, I think the onus is on us to make this difference to actually improve not just mental well-being levels, but also productivity, so that this goal of real Viksit Bharat essentially is something that we can reach.
So you are agreeing that we'll come to Madam Vajumanian on this, and thank you so far, all of you. We'll come back for a last message to all of you once again. Ma'am, thank you for coming all the way. You happen to be in Chennai, and we are fortunate that this August gathering will be able to take back some good messages from your global perspective on both career choices, career making, and how the choices we make in life for our work has a immense amount of bearing on the way the work is carried out, about well-being, emotional, social, personal, family life. Does that come to your mind as a phenomena which is happening world over, or it is highly specific to a youth population in India? First question is that.
Thank you, Dr. Nagpal. Our paths crossed last evening when we were having, coffee in the morning and later in the evening. So he asked me to be here, so I am your surprise guest today. I worked as an academic and a career coach for over 30 years now in institutions like this, where the stress levels are immense, right? I worked at Purdue University as well as now I'm at Columbia, where like IIT, a very small, minuscule set of students get in, and there is a lot of pressure on these students. Parents, society expect so much from them. And they all think that, they're going to become the next Bill Gates or the next, now Elon Musk, right? Or Sam Altman. So the kinds of students that I see have really unreasonable expectations placed on them. And these students are juggling three things all the time, right? If you look at students, one is academics. The second thing is time for personal things, sleeping, eating, spending time with friends, which is very important to grow as a person. And the last thing is careers, which is where I come in. I work in an office of 30 people. We serve about 2,000 MBA students. So these are students who are 27, 28 years old. They've worked for 5 years. They've had amazing careers, and now they are at a time when they're pivoting to their next thing. They've invested, by some estimate, an MBA at Columbia University costs about $400,000. $200,000 in tuition and about $200,000 in lost wages because they're not working for 2 years. Just imagine the pressure on them. So they come to our office saying, all of them want to work for Google or McKinsey or Goldman Sachs, right? Those are the things. Not everybody can get into those institutions, right? A small group of students will get in. So they come into our office saying, this is what I want to do. And we are supposed to coach them saying, not everybody is going to get there, but you will get a job that is good enough. So my job with them for 2 years is to be career ready. And wellness is a huge part of it. Simply because of the pressure on them. So what we've started doing is bringing in psychologists into our office and making sure that students, make it easy for them to interact with the counselors. Right, we have a fairly large psychological services on campus as well, because the pressure on the undergraduate students is equally much, right? We have, the undergraduate students as well as the business students. So what I'm trying to say is this is a worldwide phenomenon that we are seeing. In addition to what you just spoke about, lack of sleep, lack of working out, lack of access to good food, which is vital, I think. So I don't think this is unique to India at all. This is not unique to India. I know I'm experiencing this firsthand. I've lost 3 students. They took their own lives. It wasn't easy, because I had interacted with those students fairly closely, and it's shocking to hear that they were not able to manage, trying to graduate properly with a good GPA as well as get a good job. So all it takes is one event, and then they turn, and then they end up, taking their own lives. So I am actually very pleased to see this kind of gathering where you're talking about interventions, excuse me. Faculty being so involved in this is fairly new. Our faculty are not involved with students in mental health. They relegated to the psychological services. Students are supposed to find these resources by themselves and go talk to these doctors. And this is amazing that professors and all of you are here really invested and involved, and the government is involved in such a huge way in promoting this. I think this is all going in the right direction. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense because I was called impromptu here. So if you have any questions regarding how to approach career services in a very structured way so that it is not overwhelming or anxiety inducing to students, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to talk to you.
Yeah, in continuation of that, I think what cross-cultural challenge will come. And as ma'am said rightly, the challenge is not unique to India. We have the largest youth. We have therefore the largest percentage of mental health problems just because we are large in numbers. But I think we mentioned yesterday, the percentage of mental health cohort disorders is much higher in UK and US. Child rights violations are also much higher. You've been hearing about pedophilia and all that. So it's not that we are the underdogs in the data, isn't it, sir? We are the underdogs in the numbers, not the percentages. So let's be proud that we have a cohesive family system. I think you were hinting. So can I ask you in maybe in a couple of lines if you can tell us, what have we lost? What have we lost and what have we gained in the pursuit of the best jobs and the most powerful packages?
Again, this is my opinion, but I was thinking of a professor from Harvard Business School, Chris Christiansen, who has an amazing essay and a talk on how you will measure your life. And he talks about three things. He was actually guided by his faith, right? And for MBAs, he said you have to think about three things. One is, and I think this is applicable to faculty as well, if a manager is stressed, then they pass the stress on to their underlings. And what does the person who's reporting to them to do? They take it back to their families. So he said, as faculty or as managers, please contain the stress within yourself and don't propagate it outside. The second thing Chris talks about is we all manage our careers. We say, okay, in 5 years, I want to be promoted to this. And then 5 years later, I want to become a director, or later I want to do this, right? So we chart our career. He says, are you charting your personal life? Do you say that in 5 or 8 years, I still want to be in touch with my family? I still want to be in touch with, if you're married, with my spouse. Or in 15 years, I don't want to be estranged from my children. So he speaks about this because he says when he goes to his college reunion, what he sees is in first 5 or 10 years, people are happy, right? Reunions are always happy. Oh, I've joined Goldman Sachs, I've become a vice president, I've become a director, I'm doing all these things. Then he said as the years flew by, he spoke to people and he said, oh, I'm no longer, I'm divorced or I'm estranged from my parents. 20 years later, my children won't talk to me, right? Because the focus is all on your career. You're not focusing on the people who matter to you. And the last thing he says, and this is true for all of us, I think, is the slippery slope argument. He says, when you get up in the morning, what are you telling yourself so you won't go to jail? Think about it. Nobody plans to say, I will be in jail when I'm 45. But jails are full of people who have done things that they didn't intend to do. Why does this happen, especially in corporate America? They get away with something small the first time and they say, oh, not bad, I got away with this. Then they do something bigger and then they get away. Finally, it catches up with them. They can no longer get away and then they're jailed. He said this happened to him personally. I don't know if you've heard about the Enron collapse in the US. This was massive, right? It happened in early 2000s. So many of his classmates, including the CEO of Enron, went to jail. He said he did not plan not to go to jail. So the decisions that we make, especially those of us who are leaders, really matter. And this destroys not only yourself, but also the people who love you, right? Or people who matter to you. So these three things, I tell my students, as MBA students, really pay attention to this because this matters to you, to society, your community, and those who matter to you.
Great. That sounds quite a good summary. So, be kind to your own mind because me matters. If me matters, then the people who matter to me matter most. Otherwise, nothing will matter. And third comes the life and the work balance and not the work and the life balance. Because if life is there, if people are there who matter, then work will be of worthiness, no? That's a message I'm understanding. Thank you. So people who matter, me the person who matters, and therefore the profession that will matter. Otherwise, even that won't matter. Well, that is Daniel Goleman also talking in emotional intelligence. So I think we're all to get some good messages from our panelists. So I'll ask Sonakshi ma'am, so far as a psychologist, you would have understood the non-negotiable part of this discussion. And I'm sure the hard-hitting messages are very clear that once you take care of yourself, you grow farther in life. Otherwise, you'll only grow faster in life. So if you want to grow farther and not faster, what is the message for those invisible signs which we need to constantly in institutions with the help of such master trainers and capacity building mentors that they can do to the others when they go back, the students and the faculty?
Right. Thank you so much for that, sir. It's definitely my pleasure to be among such esteemed academic leaders. I think we're all doing some great work and constantly learning from all of you all. The only thing as a CP that I have noticed in the profession for the last couple years is a lot of the time students, if we are looking at it from an institution perspective, 45% of the academic leaders or faculty members, deans, directors, you know, when we've done these surveys in India, have mentioned that they don't know what to do once they have identified these signs, and they don't know what the signs are sometimes. So I think, as I've heard yesterday, that, you know, people have been talking about these signs and symptoms. These signs and symptoms are not always visible. Right? So sometimes they're invisible. So there are academic signs. So when does an academician immediately think, or a faculty member think something is wrong? When the grades are going down. But that's honestly just a very small speck in the dust, right? That's not even a major sign. You'll start noticing signs before that. You'll start noticing signs after that. So those are the signs you need to keenly observe, right? And academically, you will see they are withdrawing, you know, a student who was very actively participating in classes suddenly not participating anymore. They're not submitting assignments on time. They're asking you for extension. You'll be like, the student used to be very active. What has suddenly happened? Why are they not engaging anymore? Right? So you will start noticing this sign first. Then the grades drop. That is like the second part of it. This is the first part, right? Behavioral signs are also there, wherein, you know, it's not just always about having a disorder. Right? And we're not here to diagnose. The counselors, us professionals, that can be the second line of treatment. The first line of treatment are the behavioral symptoms that you notice. So you'll notice they're suddenly feeling very fatigued in class, they don't feel like talking to anyone, socially isolating, crying spells. You start noticing, you know, they're always teary-eyed. There's something wrong with the energy level of that student. Those are your behavioral signs, right? So catch hold of those signs. Those are the signs that may go unnoticed sometimes because the child is still performing. So there are cases again where you'll see the child is doing brilliant academically, but he's struggling internally, right? So even when you hear, for example, a simple, how are you doing today? You see something is wrong and you ask them and they tell you nothing seems worthwhile, but the CGPA is like a 9.5. So the marks are great, but still that student is saying nothing seems worthwhile. Those are the invisible signs you need to pick on. Right? So there is this need to be very self-actualized, you know, when that's what Sir and I were just discussing, that a need to be your ideal self, right? That's what these students aim to achieve. And often in that race, that's when they lose themselves. So it's not that performing badly is the first indicator. There are invisible signs that you will notice. They might be doing great otherwise, but this might be something that is lagging. So try focusing on those signs. You know, us as academicians were the first adults they interact with. So my honest, whatever I have seen, I am a consultant here at IIT as well. I see these students here. That's my first and only opinion that, you know, that I have, that the faculty members interact with students the first time when they come out, and y'all are the enablers, y'all are the supporters. So provide that psychological first aid to them when you see it, when you notice these signs and symptoms, and then the professionals will take it on from there. But y'all can enable them to seek that help. Otherwise, they won't seek that help on their own. So that is my thing, and I think we definitely have different centers responsible for different things, and that is something we can share with y'all, and, you know, those are things we can take forward.
Also, I think the whole idea about the document you are all carrying back, which was given by the Ministry of Education, the last part, which we are going to discuss in few minutes, the checklist actually carries what Sonakshi ji and even Manian were mentioning. That checklist is about basically how to begin or how to sustain already what you're being thinking of for the last maybe couple of years. So we'll have a discussion on that. Shailendra sir, the last message from you in terms of doing something which has never been so closely understood as a dire need of the world around us, the mental health and well-being capacity building. So in terms of how do we change ourselves, if I'm a faculty, I'm a student, what is the change that can be measurable? in my persona. I'm already grown into adulthood. I'm a faculty 40 years old. I'm a student who is 22 years old or 18-year-old. So what are the measurable possibilities in my capacity building to become a leader, to become a harbinger of a well-being paradigm in my institution? How do we measure that? Capacity building.
So I think, I mean, basically in terms of, I mean, you're talking about oneself, right? How do I actually measure how much my capacity has actually improved? Now, I think, I mean, so each of us, I think the way in which, you know, we have actually tried to measure it. I mean, I think from more our center's perspective, if that's what you're asking, I could speak to that. So one of the things that we sort of have done is in terms of measurement. So ma'am was also talking about these disorders, right? I mean, so that's one way that's been traditionally done. We've looked at separate disorders like anxiety and, you know, depression, right? So, I mean, one of the things that we have done is actually constructed a measure that is a more sort of a trans-diagnostic, wholesome measure of well-being. I mean, and so I think, I mean, that's something that we feel would be useful, because essentially the way things get measured is very much so far been discipline specific. A psychiatrist would measure well-being in a certain way, a psychologist would measure it in a different way. And so having that sort of approach that sort of blends across disciplines is something I think that we feel would be important to do.
Perfect. I think when there are, the analogy is, how did we measure the eradication of polio in our country? दो बूंद में जिंदगी मिलती है, famous advertisement. You know who did it? The film star did it. So पूरी जिंदगी बदल गई. We have eradicated polio. So measurable indicators in certain diseases was easier than changing people's mindset, isn't it? So that's what we were discussing. But maybe as the time goes by and we are the largest human resource of faculty and students anywhere in the world, I'm sure you all will come up with ideas how to change our mindsets towards the sustainable wellness. So great. I think it is time to also look at how the Ministry of Education has very diligently taken, after the NEP came in, after the COVID-19 went away, how do we look at integrated approach to understanding this as a non-negotiable part? I think none other than Devendra Kumar Sharma ji is the right person. Sir, for just a couple of minutes, if we need your presence here, you've been very aggressively looking at understanding and management of learning disabilities and the mental health paradigm. So maybe you can give a good closure to us as far as this panel goes, with a message of what our audience can do in terms of their own commitment to the institution with the help of their administrative staff and the dean's student welfare. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just what initiative we have already taken as far as the mental well-being is concerned, I talked about those initiatives yesterday. So right now I will talk about this specific learning disability. So when this NEP 2020 was announced in 2020, and I was thoroughly involved with the process of formulation as well as its finalization. So this term learning disability, it was also not known to me. So during the course of implementation of policy, some of the experts who are working in the field of learning disability, they came to us, informed us that these are the things you have mentioned, very good stipulation in beautifully well couched words, but you are not doing enough to take care of these requirements. So what we did simultaneously when we started this well-being initiative, at the same time another program we had initiated that we called capacity building in the area of learning disability. So basic idea was to sensitize faculty about the need and requirement of the students who are coming into the higher education ecosystem, because nowadays with the advent of technology as well as with awareness, parents are very sensitive, they are aware. So a lot of students with learning disability are entering into the school. So at the level of school itself, they are being identified. And in some cases, there might be cases where it still remains unidentified in school level, so they enter into higher education. So that is the reason we started in 2024. And we have conducted, so it was a 6-month program, basically combined with online as well as offline mode. And we focus on 5 different departments, starting with the examination department, student affairs department, academic affairs, examination department, IT department. And idea was that at least all these faculties working in these departments, we can't reach out to every faculty of all these departments, but at least we can pick up some of the faculty who can be sensitized, and they will do further training or sensitization to their colleagues. So I have checked the data in the last 4 sessions. All the participating institutions who are here, one or other faculty from all their 5 departments, they have attended all the programs. So let us be very clear that we are doing capacity building. The problem is that once you are coming here and you are not doing enough messaging to your institutional head or VC, director, or with your colleagues, the message gets diluted and it is not being translated. But in fact, we have checked our record. So all of you, and a few of you might be aware also, some yesterday's one faculty were telling that, okay, I had already attended. So we have conducted all this program. Go back, if you feel that there is a need for such program, we are ready, we will provide all resources. We will arrange resource persons, we will do that. So this is one thing which I would like to emphasize, and let us be very clear that whether you are aware or not, but that is the law, that you have to take care of students with any kind of disability, 21 identified disability. It includes learning disability, so SLD is also one of the identified disability. It is fully, they have every right to get reservation, all the accommodation. So let us not be under any confusion. If you are not aware, just you can't say that the law, I am not aware about the law. Law is there. There is a accessibility guideline for adoption in higher education. It has a statutory force. It is available on the website of UGC. It is available on the website of Ministry. It is available on the website of Social Justice. So kindly go through it. It provides for all the need, requirement and accommodation which has to be provided to persons with disability, including learning disability.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Devendra Sahab. I think that was much needed, and also Sir has reiterated the idea. Please remain in communication with the ministry. Sir has always been very accessible. You can have his phone number also, the email ID. Any suggestion, any difficulty in capacity building for disabilities, for substance abuse, we'll be just talking shortly about it. And overall, the circuit of invisible and visible mental health conditions. So your homework and all classwork can be very easily solved. We'll be moving ahead with the discussion on the yesterday's hostel visits. The team leaders will be able to come on the podium after a few minutes and share their experience, limitations, what are the challenges and what you would like to look at the future strategy at your institute. And subsequently, after lunch and the course of that, the well-being checklist which you already are going through, your own team, one representative will be able to come forward and tell us your action plan after you go back. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Okay, thank you, sir, for this insightful session. Now I would like to request Dr. Jitendra Nagpal and Dr. Devendra Kumar Sharma to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. To Dr. Vaijayanti Manian, to Dr. Sonakshi Nair, and also to Dr. Shailaja Swaminathan. Shailendra Swaminathan.
What is it again?
Sonakshi Nair, clinical psychologist. Dr. Vaijayanti Manian, ma'am. And now Dr. Shailendra Swaminathan. Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Geeta Mehrotra, Senior Master Trainer in Life Skills, Resilience Building and Mental Health in Universities, and also Senior Wellness Officer, IIT Madras, Dr. Colonel Balaji, sir, to come on for the Institute Wellbeing Review Checklist and initiatives taken up by the Ministry of Education activity session. Over to you, sir, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Is it morning? Is it morning? Jab jago tabhi savera, right? Good afternoon. So come on, rise on your feet. Quickly, quickly. I have been given only 5 minutes, right? So all of you, wake up, wake up, wake up. Yes, sir. A lot of energy. Come on, hurry up, sit down, quickly sit down, stand up, put your hands up in the air, clap, clap, clap. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Roll your hands quickly, roll your hands. Slowly, slowly, faster, faster. Jump up high. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, yes, yes. We've heard so much. Jump up high. Very good, sir. High jump. Ma'am, come on, come on. Don't worry about your sari. You hold on to your tummy. It's not going to fall. Yeah, stop, stop. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Come on. Turn, teddy bear, teddy bear. Turn around. Come on, we want to hear the chorus. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Come on, sing along with me. Louder. Teddy bear, touch the ground. Touch the ground, touch the ground, touch the ground, sir. Touch the ground. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Brush your teeth. Brush your teeth. Sing along, I said. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Teddy bear, teddy bear. Off to school. Off to school. Come on, march to school. All right. You all have been given a balloon. What have you been given? Come on, show me quickly. Quickly, let's see if everyone has a balloon and a string. Each one should have a balloon. Now blow it. Let us give some exercise to our lung muscles. Blow the balloon. Tie it with a string. Come on, quickly. You have only 10 seconds to do that. Let's see who's got the strongest lungs. Blow the balloon. Blow the balloon. No, 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 no. Big balloon. Wow. Wow. Oh, doesn't matter, we have another balloon. Suraj, let's give one balloon. Tie it and quickly now bend and tie the balloon to your foot. And left foot. You have a string with you. Yeah. Blast. Yes, good. It's a good luck sign. Tie the balloon quickly. Suraj, we should give another balloon to them. Let's see everyone tying to your left foot. Come on, quickly, the next step. And come here in the open space. Come here. Hello. Quickly, please. Don't be lazy. Let's see who's the winner. Who comes first? Tie your balloon firmly. Those who are wearing a sari, let us see how you manage it. Problem solving. We've been talking about life skills. Ma'am, come on. tie to your, ma'am, not like this. No, the string should not be. Tie it firmly. Tie it from like this. Ma'am, come here, let us see everyone. Yeah, good. Remove your slippers because you're going to be all over the floor. So tie the balloon. Yes, sir, just show everyone like this, come on. Show everybody. Faster, hurry up, those who are done, please come here quickly. I like it, ma'am. This is called problem solution. Okay, come here, please, come on there, spread out on this floor, open space. Don't bang into your tables, hurry up. Sir, hands out of your pocket. No, come on, childlike energy. So spread out, everyone. You have lot of open space. Now when I say 1, 2, 3 and go, Tamanna, can we have some music in the background? Tamanna. Okay, so when I say spread out, don't have to stand in a row. Just go wherever you want. Now, sir, who told you to stand in a row? Just spread out wherever. Now, once the music is on, then is when the game starts. Now, each one of you has to try to burst the other person's balloon. And challenging. So go wherever you want. Save your balloon. Your time starts now.
Save your balloon. Don't let the other person burst it.
And when the music stops, Tamanna, we haven't heard the music. So when the music stops, we'll see who has been able to save the balloon. Is the winner. So move around. Quick. Look at him. He's standing here. Look at him. He's standing here. Come on, save your balloon. When the music stops, you stop. Save your balloon. Stop the music. Who are the winners? Sir, no, you were standing there. No, you're a defaulter. You are a defaulter. No. There were people who were standing here and you were standing here. Look at that. So who are the winners? Sir, no, not holding in the hand. Yeah, so come up on the stage. A big round of applause. Sir, you were standing there. No. All right. So who are the winners? Please come here. Suraj, not like that. Not like that. Don't break the rules. Okay. Yeah, I saw, ma'am. So, ma'am, this is how you face the challenges. The pressure. How do you combat the peer pressure? I have the solutions. I will bring my balloon here. All right. So now, sir, over to you.
Yeah, what you have just done now is all that you saved yourself from the pressure. And there have been a lot of choices. Somebody has tied it above the legs and somebody is holding it in their own hands. Just look at yourself, how you have saved yourself. Ultimately, this is exactly what you're all going to just do when you are under pressure. Stress, distress, and de-stress. That's what you're just going to be just doing all through your life. And that's what you have just done in this beautiful, wonderful play where you all have become children to protect yourself from the pressure that you have just undergone all through, just like this. Let us just see what type of pressures that you have just been going through. I just gave a very fast and then stress-related issues to you in 10 minutes time yesterday. Now, you all have stress. Let's just discuss what type of stresses you all go through and how you ultimately just land up or find a solution to de-stress and get out of it and make yourself feel comfortable in your own arena. Let's just ask you these questions first, then we'll just go on to just talk about what are the various other issues that we just come across in an institution, as a faculty, as a student, as a warden, as a mentor, or whatever role that you play in your institutions. Let's just ask you first, what type of a pressure that comes on you when you undertake your role in the institution. Now, I just request every one of you to participate. Can I ask for the mic to be just given to them? Somebody to just talk about, I mean, this is not a one-way ticket. It's a participation where we want all of you to just talk about your pressure. This is the right place and right time to talk about it.
Good afternoon, sir. The pressure that I am getting from the institute or from the country as a whole or in a place where I am living is nothing but, problem is my side or other side, I don't know. I expect perfection from everybody's side. But the problem is I am not getting perfection from anywhere. So I absolutely feel a stress from this kind of thing. People are blaming that he is so strict, he is being punctual, he is expecting more from us, he is thinking that we are like a playboy or school children, etc. and etc. But simply I am expecting the basic responsibilities.
So in other words, you
from
say
everyone.
you give stress to the others rather
Yes,
than
yes.
getting stressed yourself.
Yes.
That's pretty interesting. So that's one way of looking at it. So somebody else who give stress to the others and keep yourself de-stressed would like to just be on the show? Yeah.
Stress for me, I'll be scared of one particular situation. I'm always trying to be happy. So I'm feeling, sometimes I'm feeling stressful, thinking that stress may come to me.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty.
So
And
I'm not-
another perspective that he says he's worried that stress may come to him, which is again a stressful situation for him. That's pretty interesting to just look at it. Somebody else who will want to just talk about distressing or stressing themselves?
Well, de-stressing is something that I want to talk about because we've been talking a lot about stress now. De-stressing is sometimes when I just don't meet my, it's a personal thing. I have a lot of deadlines, but I just keep my eyes shut and I don't meet the deadlines. I would set my own deadlines and meet it whenever I feel it's right, the right time. So that's de-stressing for me.
Yeah, let us,
I set my own
this is pretty
deadlines.
interesting perspective, again coming from one more. Somebody else to just look at it. I mean, we were just talking about the pressure that we have just gone through while protecting ourselves from balloon being busted, right? So, let's just see how you evolve yourself or how you manage to just protect yourself from the pressure that has been thrusted upon you while protecting your balloons. Let's just ask somebody from this side who are, away from me onto my, farthest right to just give me a solution for that they found to protect their balloons, and they are playing with the balloons too. Pretty interesting. They are students, I'm sure. Yeah. Can I ask you to just participate? Yeah, pretty good. A mic for them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have to give us, you found a solution to just protect your balloon.
Actually, I used 2 balloons.
Oh, pretty. That's it. Yeah, fantastic. So he had 2 balloons, so he kept one away from the others. One he tied to his leg and one he kept it for playing. Oh, pretty interesting. So, ultimately he had 2 options. So he created an additional option. This is another solution to just keep yourself away from the pressure probably would have just come on you had you been just told to just keep your balloon safe. So, this is pretty interesting. Yeah. Isn't that cheating? Yeah. Is it cheating? Yeah. Is it cheating? It is? Yeah, he says it is cheating. Yeah. So, he has agreed that it is cheating. But is it cheating? Has he not found a solution?
He found a solution.
We have not told you to just take only one balloon. We said you got one balloon. You could have taken a second. No, that is, we are just discussing. Just don't worry. I mean, there is nothing personal about it. What he has done, as an individual, he has been given a choice. So he just found a solution by, okay, I have been given one balloon, I asked for one more, I had the second balloon. He has not cheated. But he has not shown it as a prize for himself. He has just said that, oh, he got one more, so he's playing with it. So he's enjoying it. Yeah, ma'am.
So I chose not to burst others' balloons,
Yeah.
and I chose not to let my balloon be burst. So it's live and
Yeah,
let live.
I saw a couple of them doing that. So they
Live and
bursted
let
their
live.
own balloons. So they literally said, I don't want to protect myself from anyone. So I busted my balloon and then I got out of my race. Is this the solution? Is this a solution?
Sir?
I really don't know. Is this a solution?
Sir, may I add something?
Yeah, yeah.
Question? Yeah, so this activity, we need to elicit, so the way Colonel was saying, that, let's come to the point, that, yeah. So you all followed your own ways, sir, to save their balloon, or maybe to combat the peer pressure. I was telling Colonel to try a cigarette or do something which is not acceptable. Come here and burst the balloon, pressurize the other person. How did you? He followed his own strategy to have another balloon. I have options. So let us look at it with different perspectives. It's my skill how to take a decision. How do I resist the peer pressure? Keeping my relationship with my friends, not losing my friend. Somebody stood away. You know, there are refusal skills. Either I walk away if my friends are not listening. So you all followed your own ways to save your balloon or to save yourself. Some of you were standing there. We saw everyone. So can you connect this activity to real life situation when it comes to dealing with peer pressure? Peer pressure exists amongst adults also, not just the youth. Sir.
Ma'am,
what we
I just want to add in that, this side, madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is in that how we are tackling the situation.
Yes.
Okay, that we have to learn. And in everyday life also we are facing. And from there, like she mentioned about that I am not bursting the other's balloon and I am keep aside. So this is refusing and this is avoiding.
Exactly.
So we have to be there and how we can save ourselves. So that skills we need to learn.
So polite refusal, walking away, cold shoulder, giving a reason. If I am not able to convince others, let me stay out of that situation.
Yes.
So this was the objective. Doing activity, but then deriving messages from the participants.
Madam.
Right? Yes, sir.
Ma'am, there was instruction, save your balloon. It
Yeah.
was not, and burst. It was not that you have to burst others.
We said, sir, burst each other's balloon and save your balloon.
No, save your balloon is very simple. If I can save others, my balloon would be already saved.
This is another perspective. We just gave you instructions, sir. Now you think of different
Exactly.
perspectives, right?
See what happens, majority of the time in our interpersonal relations,
so
that conflict of role play is coming.
Yeah.
So many of the time we do not follow that the instructions intelligently.
Or we follow
Yeah.
blindly.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly, ma'am.
Yes,
Madam.
A good
I would like to
psychologist.
follow
also. He's a
Sai Baba's
psychologist
statement.
himself,
Yes,
so
sir.
he has answered it the way a psychologist would love to just answer it.
Thank
Pretty
you,
good.
thank you.
Madam, I would like
Give
to
a big
follow
hand to him.
Sai
Yeah.
Baba's statement, help ever, hurt never.
Very good. Very good. So see,
So I
through
don't want to
these-
break others' balloons.
Yeah. Either, sir, I stand here, we talk, we lecture, we keep saying. But when it comes to application, this is how we internalize what we actually preach. Let it come. Yes, sir. You're raising hand? It was like this, so I thought maybe. Yes, sir.
I mean, in a university system,
Sir, speak louder.
this is not working. No, in a university system,
Sir, stand up, louder.
see, I'm just trying to say we deal with number of students in the university system, like from bachelor's to the PhD level. I mean, our campus strength is 2,500 students. And there's huge expectations from the students on the administration, on teachers, like he works as a warden. And
Can you stand up so that everybody can?
I'm only trying to say that we deal with issues across the board in the university, in the student hostels, in the messes, in other places like students' welfare initiatives, at NSS and at sports activities. At various levels, we face issues from the students, and they have huge expectations on the system, on the administration to deliver. But it's not easy to deliver everything, right? And every day. And sometimes they expect you to deliver it instantly, immediately. I mean, there's no other way. They write an application now, and you have to actually clear it immediately, approve it immediately. It's very difficult for a system to deliver it. So in that sense, like, we actually face a lot of
pressure. I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. We try and, deal with that, but it's very difficult, I would say. I mean, there's one more thing I just wanted to ask you also, some of you, that yesterday, I mean, when we had begun the session, I think Professor Kamakoti, the director, started with this note that there are 5 suicides in the year 2022 in IIT Madras, right? I read the reports that the suicides rate is very high in IITs, and especially NITs and the technical institutions in India. I don't know if somebody can throw light. What are the root causes of suicides in IITs?
Yeah,
And,
sir, we
and
will.
if you can just address that, right?
Yeah, sir, we will take up this question. Our experts will address to this. To sum up this activity, we did one activity, and we gave you instructions to save your balloon and try to burst the other person's balloon. There were different perspectives, so you followed the instructions, but the decision was yours, perspective was yours. So we just introduced one activity, the methodology, how you derive the messages from your students through simple activities. We did not tell you what was the objective, but now your mind opened up and you were trying to connect with the real life situations. Over to Colonel, sir.
Right. So what we have been just talking about the pressure. One of the pressure I'm sure most of us face in an institution is substance abuse, right? So you all have, I'm sure you all have asked these questions to the, during yesterday's visit to the hostel about the substance abuse. A recent study, which has just been published by the World Health Organization, talks about 80% of the issues relating to mental wellness is because at some point of time somebody has been using the substance. I'm sure you understand what I mean by substance, and it is all a very dangerous thing that's happening. Of course, when you just talk about some substances are officially permitted. When I just talk about substance, tobacco, I'm talking about the cigarette use. It's been permitted by the government of India. I mean, you can't just stop anybody from smoking. I mean, let's not talk about the gender, whether it is male or female. There is a percentage of male and there is a different percentage of the females who are just using it. But nevertheless, it is a dangerous trend that we are all just undergoing today. So, we just need to look at it and look at the prospect of how to save ourselves from this major debacle that is just awaiting us. We all know in various states of India, various stages of substance abuses have been reported. Just look at Punjab or look at the states where we hear day in and day out about various issues relating to substance abuse. It is just not related to one state today. It is in every part of the country. The Golden Triangle, I'm sure you all know about, it has been a major problem for us. It is just coming inside. How it is coming, where it is coming. Of course, India is a major exporter of cannabis across the world today. And we are also just getting LSDs and other substances in through various routes which are available to us. So we need to just talk about, we need to think about the various methods, whether methodology that you would like to use in institutions to stop this abuse and probably look at this as a mental health hazard for us, which is a bomb which is waiting to just burst at any point of time. So I just would like all of you to just look at it and start giving an answer to this question.
I think what Colonel Balaji has been trying to tell us in the wake of the wonderful activity of the balloon that was carried out, one, because of the large population, unfathomable population, 80% of all the substance use young people will go into mental health disorders or conditions. So keep that in mind. So what I understood from sir is, we are exporters, world's largest exporter, legally, no, illegally, of cannabis. What is cannabis? Just for 2 minutes. What is cannabis? Sir has been in the army. I don't know if you know. He was on the forefront of the IPKF operations in Ceylon, and he has also been in the most rough terrains of Kashmir. So first of all, can we give him a big hand? Yeah. He told me some incidents yesterday which I think I would have fallen unconscious. He has seen mines being blown just behind him with the soldiers getting blown to pieces. So somebody who's been in that, I'm sure he has substance of resilience. So what is cannabis, sir? Cannabis क्या होता है? Sir, cannabis क्या होता है? जल्दी बताओ. Anything random. So cannabis, opioids, we are importing LSD, cocaine, psilocybin, fentanyl, propofol. These are all drugs which get imported. And cannabis, we are the largest illegal exporters to the world. Yes, sir.
सर हम लोग उसको गांजे के रूप में जो है ज़्यादातर देखते हैं. And the thing is that कि many of that our traditional patterns, we are thinking कि that this cannabis, bhang या गांजा, that is not harmful to us, and that is the हाँ चरस का भी उसको जो है आगे में वो करते हैं. So फिर उसको जो है अलग अलग तरीके से हम लोग उसको यूज करते हैं. Somebody use like that हुक्का में, and somebody okay takes out in that cigarette का, and then they roll it and then they smoke it. So there are different ways that they are doing. Okay, and even I have seen that few people are okay taking that inhaling through their nose and all also. And we have learned this cannabis okay through our village practices very particularly. So that is what that it is okay been considered as our regular things and all. Very similar with the tobacco also. So we think just like Geeta ma'am was saying कि एक cigarette पीने से क्या होता है. So the very first beginning starts from our peers and all. So I give you one example, simple example. I was there in one marriage party, and my friends were taking the alcohol, cigarette, and one person was even taking that hookah and उसको कैसे ऐसे खींच करके वो करते थे. And then they pressurized me. So कि you also come, you are a friend, and if you are not taking, then you are not among us. So then the thing is that how do you defend yourself and how do you convince others? So I said very straightforwardly, do our relationship, especially our friendship, is depending upon this only, or do we have other things what we are interacting with each other? Why do you forget all 100 things and just considering one simple thing and including further the friendship? So there are different ways. So that is what I am saying. I stayed in hostel more than 20 years. Okay, from my 9th standard till 2012. Okay, till my PhD. But I have never taken. So there are different ways. Okay, to convince ourselves. That is the first thing, and the second thing that how you convince others. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty good. Big hand to Professor Pandey. It's wonderful that the ganja, which has been in use, is a fact. They call it weeds. Weeds are the words being used. And of course, there are various names that are being given in among the student society. How they just bring it in, what they do with it, how do you just locate it, how do you find out this kid is under the influence of weed? It is pretty difficult. Of course, initially, it is because of the peer pressure, probably they are just being pushed into weeds. Peer pressure is one thing, and they just want to show it. I mean, I'm sure most of you must have come across, the kids are being taken to smoking, basically because they just want to show they are all macho badge. So this macho look and macho idea being pushed into them by their own peers, and because of that they start are initiated into smoking. Then it becomes a habit and it becomes an addiction. Whether it is a tobacco addiction, whether it is an alcohol addiction or it is substance addiction, ultimately any addiction, for that matter even your digital addiction which we are just talking about today, it is all dangerous. Ultimately it is all going to result us into a probably mentally imbalanced person at some point of time. So this need to be addressed. We need to find out who these kids who are getting influenced by this type of a substance. Is alcohol good? Some doctor. Is alcohol good? Some doctor says yes. In a limited quantity, they say. But what is the limit? Nobody has set a limit. What is the limit for you may not be a limit for somebody else. Yeah, ma'am.
We have a recent scientific report which says that there's no limit and zero limit is the limit.
Yeah, that's
That is
exactly.
Totally non-consumption is, even one consumption can be hazardous.
One consumption leads to another, and that ends up, oh, just 30 ml. Then it becomes, oh, come on, yeah, that doesn't give me high. So 30 becomes 60, and ultimately you will end up probably with a bottle every day. And it is happening. I mean, it is not that it is not happening. It is not only happening in an institution, it is happening all across. This is the truth which we need to just look at it. Yes,
Sir, I want to say about that opium regarding that what are the rituals we have. Like in Rajasthan, our place, we are cultivating the opium. So we have a ritual in a death ceremony and all. Okay, it is compulsory, and how much amounts you have distributed that opium. So that shows your social status. That also matters. So how the society's rituals and social norms how are influencing to the students also, even children they are also part of the society. So that also matters.
Yeah, the absolutely true. I mean, there are some societies which celebrate it, celebrate using opium, celebrate giving them alcohol in some functions. This is all part of their customs and culture. Probably that is all there. But ultimately, when they come to an institution, who are the sufferers? And are we not taking them in? Are we not responsible for their mental health at some point of time? Are we not going to be concerned about this? So this is a question which need to be answered. Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the idea of this discussion by Sir and Geeta ma'am was to help us understand that this area cannot be ignored if the mental health is the paradigm of discussion. वो कहते हैं ना कि if the winter is here, then spring can't be far behind. So अगर हम mental health की बात कर रहे हैं, so substance use and pathological gambling, I'm happy Sir touched upon digital addiction also. So addictive behaviors, all behaviors of addiction are into three parts nowadays, according to global WHO classification. One is digital addiction, okay? Second is all the chemical addictions, ranging from illegal to legal. Alcohol and tobacco are legally available, but they are the starting points for all the illegal addictive drugs. You remember, the message what Sir was giving, I could see that alcohol and tobacco, which means pan masala, bidi, cigarette, all are beginning points legally available for all the illegal addictions, in which India has the privilege to be the world's largest producer of bhang, ganja and charas. The plant is called cannabis. Okay? You go from Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh, the highest in the world cultivation. And Golden Triangle, what he mentioned was Burma, Laos and Thailand. So remember, we are exporting cannabis illegally and we are importing LSD, cocaine, which are the wonder drugs in America and South America. And most of our youth, I can tell you that as a psychiatrist, I've come across students from IITs, from NITs, from centrally funded institutes who are into LSD, cocaine, propofol, dangerously lethal drugs. There are boys and girls who have died in one dose of all this. So when you go back, tell your wellness campaign group to please take up this on a war footing, and ministry is always there to, again, apart from learning disabilities and others, to have a program for you on substance use prevention. Because if you do that, you are preventing at least 50% of mental health problems. Am I right, sir?
Absolutely.
So last word.
I just want to just tell you one more, I mean, the incidents which we come across. Now, we do catch quite a crowd. We have a vigilance group which goes into every hostel, catches them. I'm sure yesterday you have been explained how our, we just take care of reducing these substances coming inside. There are students who go on leave, like they goes to Rajasthan, cannabis is available, it has been converted into dried weed and then they bring it in. However, there is a method to just catch them, there's a smell that comes out and you can see them socially just keeping themselves away, or a group of them just standing late into the night and then using all these substances. Now what we do, we catch them, there is a disciplinary committee in IIT which looks after them. Interestingly, you will all definitely be having a disciplinary committee to look at all these sort of issues which you all face in your universities. But what I face as at the wellness center is, they create a situation for us. The moment you catch them, they say, sir, I am mentally distressed. right? A very simple word using, sir, I am stressed. I have been caught. I have been caught by the vigilance party. So what do? So they are sent to the vigilance. I mean, immediately they just reach out to me. So this is a very interesting situation. All of us will come across. We need to just identify, we need to understand, we need to know how we are going to deal with this type of situations where it is going to put pressure on us because he is already caught. He is going to be punished. He is going to pay a fine or whatever is the rule or policy of the institution. But nevertheless, they have come to you for support. You have to support them. You can't say, I'm not going to listen to you. Listen to them, look at the policy and look at what is right and then leave the rest to the disciplinary committee to take on. Now they can't come back. But if we go beyond, I mean, there are certain instances also which have come to us stating that, sir, if I am caught and then if it goes to my parents, then I'm going to be punished. I will cut my hands. It's called self-harm. We just land up in a situation where suicidal ideation comes into play. What do we do with the suicidal cases? Now, this is where we need to be careful about that boy, and we definitely look at the parents and then bring in the parental pressure or the support group to just support them and also give them adequate psychoeducation to face what they have just done. Anything that they have done, a mistake has been committed, face it. You have done it. You have to face it. There is no other option available to you. I'm sure you all have been just doing that and you're all doing a great job. So I thought I'll just share what is this substance abuse and then I'm sure we will be able to just get out of this greatest bane that is entering into our society. Thank you very much and good day to you. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I am a Deputy Dean Students Welfare at Pondicherry University. And in terms of this question of substance abuse, very recently we have come up with this idea of preparing an undertaking and making the students sign the undertaking that, you know, they will not indulge in it or they are responsible for it and they take the responsibility. When they are penalized, they will take full responsibility. So we are going to start it. We'll send out the undertakings shortly. How effective would that be according to you?
If someone wants to really take on, you can't stop him. It is an addiction. Addiction has to go to the de-addiction center. I'm sure Dr. Madanki would be able to just support that. De-addiction is a process. A process, maybe it's not going to be just one day process. As Padma Shri Kamakoti was just talking about, it is going to be a marathon race which we would be running. We'll have to just take them, put them under various sessions, get them out of this whole thing and then watch them. It's going to have its own effect. I'm sure we all know, we all must have studied in our, various magazines, how the withdrawal symptoms also just are dangerous to the child. So we need to have complete parental support. What we do out here in such worst situation, at IIT we give them something called a semester break. Send them home, take time, relax, come out of this issue and come back for your MS, PhD or whatever course that you're doing. This is one advantage at IIT Madras which we are all just doing. Right, thank you very much. I'm sure we all enjoyed. Thank you.
Sir, recently we received the communication from the ministry. Ministry mandated for the new inducted student to go for the urine-based test. But it says, the ministry says it is a voluntary. If you give voluntary that options to the students, no one will come forward for the testing. How do you handle it? But the ministry said the process is mandatory, but the testing the urine is from the students is it is a voluntary. Process is mandatory. So,
in India, nothing can be mandatory, incidentally. We are living in a democratic country. It has to be absolutely voluntary. You force anybody, you will be just landing up in a legal situation. We are not doing anything. What we do is basically a survey. A survey is a different thing. That is the only thing that we just do. We are also just going to undertake this, sample testing, which we would be doing probably from this year onwards. It's going to be absolutely voluntary. We just would do that, on the basis of the students' interest to just come for such tests. And then we would only advise them. It's going to be totally confidential. It will not be just revealed to anyone because it is all a stigma to the students also. When I'm just coming, You are just announcing my name everywhere. Is that right? No, it is not. So we need to be very careful about these testings. Thank you.
Thanks to Colonel Balaji, Geeta Madam, and also Dr. Jitendra Nagpal for such an engaging session. Over to Devendra Sharma, sir.
So before we break for the lunch, we have around 10-15 minutes. So now, yesterday we had a lot of complaints that we are not getting enough time and opportunity to reflect upon whatever learning you have taken, and there are a lot of anxiety, question and answers. So yesterday we had said that okay, for the 1 or 2 hours we will give full dedicated time. You can come, you can share your experiences. If you have any questions, any anxiety, any clarification, or any suggestions with regard to the way we are conducting this whole program. As I told yesterday, we are carrying out this Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program. It's a program for capacity building of faculty of higher education. It is being run by around 151 centrally funded institutions. Several components include, important components are like the same we are here. We have conducted in the area of learning disability. I told you we are conducting program for nurturing future leadership. Idea is that we have to identify leadership at very early stage. As we speak today, one program at IIT Madras was inaugurated by Joint Secretary Madam. She had gone there. So that program has been started here. So we will talk about all those issues or any other issues related to this particular aspect. We will discuss. But right now I will request you, all of you. So we have given a document to you. It's a booklet. Booklets list out all the activities which are being conducted as far as the issue of well-being is concerned. And there is one checklist covering 7 different themes. So these are the initiatives which are to be implemented in all centrally funded institutions. Of course, it will be good to be replicated by other type of institutions also, but at least we are hoping that all 160, 170 centrally funded institutions, they will implement. We had shared this checklist way back, I think 1.5 months back to all centrally funded institutions. Since you all are here, so at least what we can do, we can discuss. If you need any clarification as to how or how this thing has to be implemented, or if you feel that there is a need for improvement in any of the issues which have been included in the checklist, we can discuss that during after the lunch. But right now, at least 10-15 minutes, do spare some time within your group. I mean, when you say a group, that means amongst your participants from your institution only. So talk about yourself and how you are planning to get all these things disseminated within your institution, including your leadership, and how you are going to get it implemented in your institution. So just spare 10-15 minutes, then we will break for lunch around 1:45, then we will assemble at around 2:30.
साथ में चलते हैं we are about to make for lunch
Everybody is gone.
So, hope everybody has their lunch. Rest, we request all the participants to complete their lunch as soon as possible and gather in front of the hall. So, we will proceed for our last session. So, I will request all the participants to be seated in their respective institutional team. So, it would be easy for us to conduct the next session of review checklist of mental well-being. So, there will be two parts. So, I kindly request all the participants to kindly be seated in their respective institutional team first. So, as soon as you will organize, we will start and our last activities of the day. Thank you. For the last session, that is the final recommendation and action plan by all the institutes, I would like to call Professor Raila Suresh Kumar from IIT Madras and Sri Devendra Kumar Sharma, Director Higher Education, to kindly take the stage. So, this particular session will be conducting in two particular divisions. First, we will discuss among the groups, and later from the form we already have given, and each of the institutional team can come to the podium and they will get the opportunities to share their own experience and their learnings. I also request Joint Secretary of Higher Education, Reena Sonowal Kohli ma'am, to kindly chair this important session. So this is going to be the most important session of the day, because this is where we will reflect all our learnings and whatever we have learned and what are the takeaways from this whole 2 days workshop we are going to know. So I want and I kindly request Reena ma'am to take the stage and kindly chair this whole session. Also I request the speakers Professor Raila and Devendra Sharma sir to kindly take the stage and conduct this session. I would like to call Jitendra Nagpal also to join this session, because without his guidance, I don't think this session would be completed. So I would like to invite Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Director in Charge, Institute of Mental Health and Life Skill Promotion, to kindly take the stage and give the insights. So, over to you, Reena ma'am. We look forward to your insights.
Good afternoon, and I hope everybody is well settled after a hearty meal, but I do hope that nobody falls off to sleep. We are not having any sort of activities right now. Geeta madam has already kept us, all of you, on your toes. So it's been, I do hope that it's been a very fruitful 2-day workshop for all of you. Now as we all go back to our institutions, what has been our learning experience? I would want to hear, all of us here who have sort of curated this program, IIT Madras, Professor Raila, Professor Sarthi, and the entire IIT Madras student volunteers, PhD students. I think they have really been working round the clock to make this event, or let us say, to make this program successful. And I would just like to put it here at the very beginning that thank you, Professor Raila, and your entire team. Yeah, so you will get a chance to speak, the man behind the scenes. So, right now, I will just invite each of you, what you have learned in these 2 days, what will you take back to your institution, what is it that you will be doing and would like to do, what is it that you would want from the Ministry of Education, what kind of help, support, we are all there to help you. So one by one, I think we should, we will call out the names for institution-wise. Each institution, either, I mean, 2 persons can come together and give your feedback, your takeaways, and what you would be intending to do, say in the next 1 month, to institutionalize it in your institution. This is nothing formal, so I will welcome each of you to please come. In groups of 2s or 3s, please come here. We'll be very happy to, or the entire team can come up here to the podium.
Central University of Karnataka. Is there somebody from Central University of Karnataka? Central University of Karnataka. They're still, okay. Central University of Tamil Nadu. Oh, sorry.
So for each team, let's give a big hand for their arriving on the stage, for the wonderful presence.
Professor Vijendra Pandey, heading the Department of Psychology. Yeah. So first of all, a lot of appreciation that I do have for this program, capacity building program for mental health and wellness. Okay, so all that the speakers, especially Professor Nagpal, Geeta madam, Devinder sir and all, okay, Raila sir, okay. So all they have done a wonderful job. So regarding that, I have a lot of appreciation for that. So now coming on that, what we are going to take back and how we are going to start the things. So immediately I shall go back and I shall discuss with my Honorable Vice Chancellor how to implement these things in my university, Central University of Karnataka. So what I wish, okay, there should be, okay, several programs should happen in my university for capacity building. So one is that, okay, we can go for that the faculty members, we can go for that the non-teaching employees, and then again, okay, very important part is that the student representatives. So we can bifurcate these things into 3 different parts and we can go on that. And second thing what I wish to say, okay, I'm actually learned a lot about the things because about that the domain. So earlier I was thinking ki this is a particular responsibility of psychology or particularly social sciences. But you know, by the integration of all that disciplines in the knowledge, these things are not possible to do because, okay, all are, okay, required for that the wellness. So I shall see what kind of things we can do, and I request the team and the ministry, how can they help us, okay, for organizing such kind of programs, either into that offline or in the online. But I request, okay, if it is happening in the offline, okay, mode, that would be very beneficial. And on the same time that I just want to extend this matter, the central institution what we have taken, so somehow that we have that the resources to conduct these things. But what would be our roadmap, okay, to include other institutions who do not have such kind of infrastructure, awareness, perception. So how can we, because you see that part if we see in the higher education, so they are contributing more than 85% of that the students. So how can we extend, okay, those matters to the other institutions with that? So thank you. So my colleague Dr. Harish will say.
Yeah, I'll add in that Professor Pandey said in that. So first of all, we all are belonging from the central institutions, and when it's compared to the IITs Madras, so there is a lot difference between the other institutions. So I request Madam from the ministry and sirs, so how that we are, this kind of the programs will be applicable for the institutes, those who are locating in the remote area, and those who are institute there, these kind of the facility or infrastructure are not there. Or sometimes we can see that just in a namesake, wellness sale is there, wellness center is there. So how the ministry can ensure this is the function, these are the function have to be there. Like here, wellness director is there. So these kind of the function, this should be mandatory, and with the support of this, like Nagpal sir from last 2 days, we have seen that how he is curious, how he is doing, and even IIT Madras team also, they really organize well. So that kind of the program with the help of the Nagpal sirs, madams, how we can implement at each institute at grassroots level. And not only the programs for individual, because mental health, when it's come to the each of the students, each of the faculty, each of the girls and boys. Okay, so we have to cover the 100% population. So for that purpose also we have to the grassroots level, how we can include. Okay, so we have to think in that inclusive. Okay, so for that purpose also each institute level and the participation and the leadership also the most, sometimes we have seen how the administrative authority, those who are in decision making, like I am a warden, what capacity I have, like yesterday we have discussed with the chairman sir in a warden and wardens. Also, what is the role of the wardens? What is the role of the chairman? What is the role of the proctor? So for them also we have to be clearly defined that, okay, this is the role, how the person is going to implement that. Okay, so that clarity is also required. And it is not like an impossible thing that we really, if ministry will support the each institute and ministry will ensure the continuous and regular monitoring for that, so 100% this mental wellness will be the possible in all the institute. Thank you so much, and thank you for giving the opportunity to speak here and the participation in that workshop. Thank you so much.
So I will just respond. All centrally funded institutions are autonomous body. They have been established under the statute of the Act. So that means they are a statutory authority. What they can do, what they cannot do, it is clearly defined in the statutes. They have their own rules. They have their own ordinances. Only thing which we in ministry are doing, we are issuing guidelines or telling all these institutions to carry out certain kind of activity, not with the purpose to have monitoring or regulation or about their activity. All these central institutions, they have been envisaged as an institution to provide leadership to the nearby higher education ecosystem in their geography. So your role is not only to take care of yourself, but you have to provide leadership to the nearby institution also. Third thing is, if you ask us what we have done, so we have been, I told you, we have one Malviya Mission teacher training program, which is a capacity building program. It covers 16 different components. We have 151 Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center running all across the country. So many of the institutions which you are representing, they are also Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center. I don't know how many of you all are aware about your institution being a Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center. So please go back, talk to your leadership, discuss with them what are all things are available, what we have, what guideline we have issued. Even if you talk about this well-being program, so one framework guideline was issued in 2023. After that, we have been conducting all these workshops in online mode. Not only in this area, I told you SLD area, we are conducting leadership program. We are not getting enough participation, particularly from centrally funded institutions. I don't know about the number. Today, one program has been started in IIT Madras. How many centrally funded institutions they have sent their representative? It is primarily because of there is a sense among the faculty that we know everything, so we don't need any capacity building or training. That notion is wrong. So let us take a place that, okay, we will leverage to the maximum extent whatever is being offered on the Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program. We have another Guru Setu program which is in the process of launch. Most probably within next 1 month it will be launched. It's a purely online content, is high quality content is being created on the 9 different themes, purely to build the core competency of the faculty. So once we launch the program, we will, of course, we have all your details, we will share. So I will request all of you to talk about specifically about what you are going to do, what ministry should do. We need your feedback, but not in the area which is within your competency, right? So next.
Yeah, participants, due to interest of time, we'll cut it short to about 2 minutes per institute. And also due to, there could be some overlapping of ideas as well. So may I call upon Central University of Tamil Nadu.
Good afternoon everyone. I am Dr. Vidya from Department of Applied Psychology, Central University of Tamil Nadu. And sir is Dr.
I am Dr. Dinakar from Department of Biotechnology. I am also Deputy Dean Students Welfare.
First, we would like to thank for organizing such a wonderful event, which is a dream of all the mental health professionals who are here. It's a joy for all of us that mental health is celebrated and it's become the need of the hour for everyone. So I think with that note, what the institution we are going to do as a takeaway from here, maybe I think all the institutions are doing a little thing about mental health every now and then, when we have a suicide prevention or a mental health day, but it should not happen like that. It should be a everyday event to celebrate. That's the takeaway from here. And how are we going to do it? There are a lot of things as faculty members, as administrators, as leaders to, leaders to take care in the institution with regard to academics and other extra co-curricular activity. But this is also a priority for all of us. Programs which have been pointed out, like Mr. Dost, the online program, I think that will be something that we can go and implement it, maybe through the cell or the student council unit or the Department of Applied Psychology. We could train faculty members, and I really like this idea of listeners, the club wherein people would actually listen to the mental health problems. I think that would be the takeaway. And then again, most primary thing, everyone can talk about mental health problems and challenges. Let's not make it a stigma or a discriminatory thing. I think these are all the takeaways that we would go and likely not just say but implement something in the institution and show you next time when we come for the meeting what we have did. I think that will be a promise from our entire team here from Central University of Tamil Nadu, that what we are going to take away. From ministry, if we have to request something, see our university especially, bringing in resource person, we would like to call someone here to conduct capacity buildings, to do it for our, the infrastructure, commutation, everything is a problem. If ministry could support us, in what way we could do it? There are like-minded people, there are people who wanted to implement it. If ministry takes into consideration of this remote location and the resources and the funds that has to be exclusively given for such mental health programs, would be really helpful for us to go with the same spirit and motivation to implement it. And I think that's a very brief thing that we take away. And Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to be with all of you. The seriousness of the program is seen. Generally, we don't get to have representatives from Ministry of Education to sit with us throughout, and that is seen. And thank you, ma'am, for that, for your kind gesture. And again, all the dignitaries and people from IIT Madras, the scholars, to every organizers here. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to add one point regarding students with learning difficulties. I am not sure still whether we are following the reservation system or not. I will find out from the administration and then we'll try to implement it. Thank you.
Triple IT Dharwad.
Left because of this constraint. But apart from that, I want to confirm one thing, that they all have, each institute should have one reflection form. If they don't have, they can collect from me.
Can we have English and Foreign Languages University? Request you to stick to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, actionable points.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very, very big thank you to IIT Madras, Ministry of Education, and ma'am and sir, Devendra ma'am and Reena ma'am. As our colleague just said, that we're really surprised that ma'am and sir has been with us throughout. We've never seen this before. And okay, now coming back to what we are planning, a lot of takeaways we had from this program. They were eye-openers. We learned a lot. There were things which we know but we haven't been implementing. Now, to take away first from here, we would like to arrange workshops for all the fresh, faculty members, so that whatever we learn can be also known by all the faculty members and non-teaching staff. That is number one. Number two is we will probably have, now we have a counseling center, but we'll probably shift that to counseling plus a wellness center. We have 2 counselors, and maybe we will have some local support from hospitals. So Department of Psychiatry and Psychology and people can come once in a while to address our students and faculty members. Third is that we want to make this particular as part of the curriculum, so that it becomes a regular thing, not that it happens once in a while as a workshop, but something that is part of the curriculum, so that it's a regular activity, and we want the ministry to monitor it so that it becomes a compulsory activity for the university. Thank you so much. That was from my side.
So from my side, I'm Dr. Rupinder, warden for a hostel. So we are going to, the takeaway would be implementing one particular rule which is already there. Most of the institutions like you and us will not apply it properly. We will not monitor that. We are going to do that. That is the sleeping cycle. To maintain sleeping cycle, we are going to follow the strict timings to enter and exit the hostels. We are going to start that from this month onwards.
I'm Dr. Rajkumar, Deputy Dean Students Welfare. I would just like to thank the Ministry of Education and the IIT Madras for taking the lead actually in organizing this workshop today. I think this can be a model for all of us to replicate and implement in our own universities. I think that's what we want to do. We want to start with a small workshop, invite one speaker, maybe Dr. Jitendra Nagpal or somebody. We'll propose it in the university when we go back, and we'll start with a workshop. And hopefully we'll continue to do several workshops, several awareness programs. I mean, the idea is to not to make it a one-time program, but to have a continuity in the programs and awareness activities in every semester that we have, so that there is some outcome of the entire activities that we do. So I think that's all we want to do. Thank you so much.
Actually, I will just add that regular capacity building of all faculty is not something which is optional. It's a direction of the Honorable Supreme Court. Last year in the Sukhdev Saha versus Union of India case, where they have given total 15 directives. And one of the directives is that all centrally funded institutions, including all university, HEIs, colleges, they must essentially ensure that their faculty or non-teaching staff, they are trained at least 2 times by way of orientation or sensitization session every 2 times on the area of well-being activity. So this is something which is mandatorily you are required to carry out, and just because it is Supreme Court has said, so it has become law of the land. So that you have to somehow get communicated to your leadership.
Moving on, can we have National Sanskrit University?
वागर्धाविव सम्पृक्तौ वागर्ध प्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ सर्वेभ्यः प्रणमामि। मम नाम आचार्य JB चक्रवर्ती, नेशनल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी तिरुपति। यतो हि अहं मम भाषा भवति संस्कृत भाषा, तेन तया भाषया द्वारा वयं टीचिंग भवामः। अस्मिन् सन्दर्भे अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालयविषये अस्माकम् आचार्याः विराजन्ति। तत्र आज लक्ष्मीनारायणमहोदयः योगविभागः, अपि च छात्रावास संरक्षकः वार्डेन् महोदयः ते कथयन्ति, भवन्तः श्रद्धया शृण्वन्तु। धन्यवादाः।
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We are from the National Sanskrit University, Tirupati. We our team, 4 members are running this function. Professor Balachakravarti sir and Dr. Senior Medical Officer Baldattatreya sir and student Ishwar. Ours is the traditional Shastra university consisting of 26 Shastras. We are very fortunate for the IIT Madras and Ministry of Education for conducting this wonderful session on mental well-being, particularly which we are collecting the information to implement in our university. We have some activities not with this nomenclature, and these are the wonderful things which we are going to plan to implement. There is most of these hostel students' activities, duties are done by the faculty only, which are facing some difficulties. But here what we are observed is student involved counseling centers, listening clubs, accommodation, how to provide to the students itself. All these are wonderfully implemented here. So our team is going to meet our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar explaining how it is wonderfully implemented, and we are going to plan the same. The first plan of action, as the Honorable Sir is asking, first conducting a 2-day or 3-day workshop among the faculty and students, first organizing a student counseling center. And a wonderful thing, how to identify the right red flag by student counseling centers. Next, giving the free hand for students to trace out and how best we are listening clubs, student welfare centers. So this is an innovative approach to develop the student community in a peaceful way. We are very much thankful. We are taking these things and establishing the same in our university. So we are expecting this more number of sessions to spread across the India to save and protect the student community. We are very much thankful you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We have model career center also, sir, but implement it to a little more by taking these inputs. Thank you very much.
Pondicherry University. Requesting University of Hyderabad to be ready.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening to the authorities here. I am representing Pondicherry University. What we learn here, I would say, instead of learning, I would say we got inspired by how IIT system is promoting mental wellness. I would say I can see, generally I expected psychology, sociology faculties to be involved in this program, but I can see deans from mechanical engineering and all the technical staff, they were able to take classes, they were involved in this program, so running around like students. So that shows us how IIT is very inclusive in its approach and how they are implementing this in a wholehearted way. So that is very inspiring. That is one takeaway that we will take, how this system should be implemented. As far as what we want to do, I'm a psychology faculty. We are, as a department of applied psychology, we have been doing this program on ad hoc basis. But what I understood now after coming here is how to institutionalize mental health as a priority. So which was not the case earlier. I would definitely see that we are bringing it as an institutional mental health framework where all teachers and all staff should be involved. And our university has got 10,000 plus students on campus, and we also serve 150 affiliated colleges, that is 50,000 students. That's what we are catering. So we are not only thinking of doing it in Pondicherry University level, we also should extend it to affiliated colleges by training those teachers of affiliated colleges and students. That is also one thing that we really think is very important. And Pondicherry is a outskirt of Pondicherry, you all know, it's neither a town nor a city. So we got a lot of community that depends on the university. So I think if possible, we also should extend these services to the local community. There's a lot of fishermen community. Pondicherry is known for highest suicide rates among youth in India, according to National Crime Records Bureau data. So I think if possible, we also will convince our leadership how this can be extended, at least occasionally on ad hoc basis to the community. And very importantly, as a psychology faculty into research, I was really moved by the idea of mental health survey that IIT did and how they categorize students into three categories. People who have no problem, people who have focus issue, and people who have problems. So that will be very easy, something that I thought in a remote manner, but I saw how IIT has implemented. So we would definitely start with that mental health survey and have some data so that we can always share with the ministry and other authorities what is the mental health and well-being indicator. And I really, first time I came to know there is an ISO 45001 certificate given for this. I really moved by that idea. As being a psychologist, I really like how the concept has been promoted as a parameter of quality standard. So we will also definitely convince our authority towards that ISO 45001. And very importantly, we will be bringing programs, have ad hoc counselors, and also train our students, teachers in all these endeavors. So thank you for this inspiring workshop. Thank you very much.
Good evening, good afternoon, dignitaries and teachers. The role of a teacher is not confined to a classroom, and that's something that we've been realizing as we grow up our career ladder. So the expertise that we obtain from IITM is definitely a takeaway, and the kind of strategies and models that they have used is definitely noteworthy, something that we could carry with ourselves. At Pondicherry University, we do quite a few of these, but there are some very catchy ideas that we would like to take. I come here in the capacity of a warden, though I teach microbiology at the university. I'd like to extend these services to our 3,000 on-campus dwelling girl inmates. We have separate facilities for boys and wardens handling them. And as an extra measure, I would like to extend this facility even to the support staff, the women who work tirelessly to maintain our hostels. We have nearly 9 girls' hostels housing nearly 3,000 girl students. So you can imagine how many support staff and all our women. I'd like to extend this, and we are going to talk. And as Professor Bharani has already said, sensitization is not just a one-day drama, but it's a lifelong and an ongoing process. And I think we should adopt some methods where we faculty can join our hands and make this a good success, so that we can submit that as a testimonial to the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much to all the expert speakers. I think you all gave us some takeaways, and to all the colleagues and participants who really made a difference. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Ritu Tyagi from Department of French at Pondicherry University, and today I stand here as the Deputy Dean Students Welfare at Pondicherry University. I join my colleagues in thanking first the Ministry of Education for taking this initiative and coming this far in actually promoting these kinds of workshops. We also noticed how IIT Madras is taking lead with exceptional quality of program that they have put together for all of us. We thank them for this invitation. And there are a lot of takeaways that we can, implement at Pondicherry University. As my colleagues mentioned, that we have been doing lot of things all along, but we have not thought of it within the paradigm of wellness. So now bringing it within that, as Professor Barney said, institutionalize it, we also need to take account of what we've been doing and document that, so that we are able to show that data not only to the ministry, but also it can be forwarded for the rankings and other essential, measures. So that is one thing. The other thing that is a major takeaway for us is that within Pondicherry University, we've thought of wellness on numerous occasions, but we've not thought of involving students as very important stakeholders. So the activities like listener activities, then the Mitra and the Sakhi program are very, very impressive and major takeaways for us. We have to think of involving students and making them stakeholders as well as accountable for most of the things that happen at the university. That is the biggest takeaway for it. And with that, I would also like to add a few points for the Ministry of Higher Education, if they would be interested in it, because there was a lot of talk of, junk food and, plastic and all. So there should perhaps be an initiative from the ministry also to give us some advice and guidelines on what kind of food should be distributed in the cafeterias. That will sort of, put some control on what we are actually offering, and mainly as guidelines. Thank you so much.
Yeah, on that, I'll just make a quick intervention. Regarding any guidelines or whatever for food, I think you are autonomous institutions, you can issue whatever you want regarding whatever ban. I will not use the ban, but limiting the use of junk food by way of not allowing your canteens or your caterers to supply a particular kind of food. So I don't think there is, and already school has issued, and schools have it. Even in our ministry, we have no junk food, zero oil, no fried food kind of a policy, that which we have adopted. So as an institution, I'm sure you are free to do it. I'll just make a quick another observation, that what your earlier predecessors have said. It's that is what we want, that apart from your own institution, you are also going ahead, looking forward to other institutions in the ecosystem. That is what we want our institutions to do, be leaders and show the way for other institutions. So that is a very welcome suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your suggestion. All of you know that I came last from our team, means you know that I am giving heartfelt thanks on behalf of Pondicherry University. We convey our sincere gratitude and heartfelt thanks to Honorable Director Professor Kamakoti ji and our esteemed Ministry of Education members, the Reena ji, Devendra ji, Nagpal ji, and all the stakeholders of IIT for giving the wonderful program. And all the stakeholders of IIT, we are very much thankful for giving this program from morning to at night 9 o'clock without reducing our satisfaction from the program. We thought that the Institute of Eminence means they are doing something different. But after coming to know and attending the program the last 2 days, we understood that they are not doing something different. They are doing many things in a unique way. With the help of the esteemed faculties, I think these students are blessed to have such kind of energetic faculty and eminent faculty. Also the faculties are very much blessed to have such kind of students who interrupted even during the resource person's talk without disturbing their talk. Politely they interfered, and they also understood, and the resource persons also gave all the program without compromising the content. The way in which they took the program from yesterday morning 9 o'clock to until this second, it was really wonderful, and the management, everything is perfectly fine. So on behalf of Pondicherry University, we convey our sincere gratitude and heartfelt thanks to entire team members, organizers, everything. Great round of applause to all of you.
University of Hyderabad, they have taken total 15 minutes. So please take care of the time, right? Sorry. Pondicherry University. I was
University
just
of Hyderabad?
thinking, University of Hyderabad now.
Can we have IIT Tirupati ready next?
Yeah, I will. We will keep it short. This is Anurekha from University of Hyderabad. I just wanted to thank in IITM Madras, the staff, faculty and the student volunteers, department and Ministry of Higher Education and University of Hyderabad for nominating us. What we want to say is that University of Hyderabad has a very strong base. We have all programs, anti-ragging, GS Cash, anti-discrimination, hostel, psychological counselor, health center and things like that. But we would like to build up on that. And, but we would not do copy-paste. It would be designed, it would be modeled in accordance with the ethos of University of Hyderabad, that is built on principles of empathy, social justice and critical thinking. So we will try to do that and my colleagues will take it forward.
Hi everyone, I'm Maliba and I represent DSW office. Just to add to Madam, we have a lot of programs running, but we are surprised and taken aback by the way it is coordinated between students, between faculty and administration. So that is one big takeaway from this workshop that we will be having. And then what we will be doing is that we will try to implement this kind of a model in such a way that it is effective for the overall well-being of the students, of faculty and everyone involved. And another point is that we would, as we go back, we would try to organize, we organize several programs for the students, but one of the things that we would like to do is that such kind of a wellness programs that we would like to initiate as we go back. Thank you.
Namaste all, and this is Dr. Ramchandra Rao, Economics Faculty and Deputy Chief Warden. We do care about around 26 hostels, both girls and boys, and there are more than close to 6,000 people, more than 98% are residential campus we have. Madam, already our push from the outcome of this event has been reached to our administration. I asked my registrar as well as controller of examiner what is the official status of this, the annexure which is given to us. Frankly speaking, they said they don't have any clue. They told we don't have any documents as such. And then after we sat, being an economics faculty, I do believe in the statistics. We filled this very carefully, out of which 41 indicators which are there, A to F, we have more than 21 indicators, yes. Altogether 46, including G section, we have around 45%, which means these responses, these indicators we achieved through demand process, which means, as Madam said, we have a strong base. We have certain problems. In order to fix those problems, we initiated this many things. But we don't know that first takeaway from this thing is that the supply side must be start somewhere. Already yesterday started. Now this is been giving. Out of which two blacks were lagging in. One is section A, some of the collaboration parts and institutional leadership parts. And Section D, 0. Section D, 0, monitoring, documentation and review the process. Once we did it, we can try to get those certificates and recognition which our staff, our faculty and students are endurance-ly doing to help the students, but somehow we failed to document it. Finally, Madam, somehow IITs, I'm happy that such an event has been happening. But similar incidents are happening across the other institutions. Somehow those things are not in limelight. I hope this takeaway from this thing is that we reach our especially stakeholders. As Madam mentioned, we are very vibrant, critical thinking, politically activated, very friendly nature students we have.
I hope with the help of the main pillar, one of the main pillar of the student community, incorporate in well-being. Without knowing well-being, we are doing it. Now we want to reorient and reorganization them to fix those problems. Thank you very much for this given opportunity, as well as thanks for all of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shruti Kirti. I am the research scholar from the Center of Psychology. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education and IIT Madras for this opportunity. As a student, it was a great opportunity to learn lot of things regarding infrastructure and wellness, and I am deeply grateful for that. And I can't wait to share to my supervisor about the things that I have learned. So as a student, I would like to take away a few things, and I would like to implement two basic things from start. So first, although our university was implementing a lot of workshops, lot of awareness programs, we don't have a peer support group. So I think I can start from the basic, like introducing a peer support group, setting up volunteers. And as a research scholar, I also got the idea of setting up a committee for the wellness of research scholars. That was a very new learning, because I am seeing, a lot of research scholars struggling in their research despite our university providing lots of facilities. So I think I would also like to set up a committee for the wellness of research scholars, and in the completion of their PhD within 5 hours. And thank you so much.
Sir, one suggestion to you also and everybody: the wellness indicators checklist is a dynamic checklist. It will change, it will increase further depending upon any indicators you feel they need to be added further. It is on a pilot phase at the moment, what Devendra ji was mentioning. True. Take it as a beginning point. You can always recommend some additional indicators.
IIT Tirupati, can we have Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh ready?
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Nandini from IIT Tirupati. I am a student head for our council, Sarathi GCU unit, Guidance and Counseling unit in our IIT Tirupati. So our council has nearly 30 members having UG core, PG core and PhD core and wellness core as well. So throughout the year we conduct so many events promoting about the mental well-being to the students. And after attending this workshop for 2 days, I got a nice exposure to the environment where mental well-being is something that can be improved by having peer support and interaction with the faculty and the students. So I'm a student head for the upcoming 2026 to 2027. I really got some new initiatives and intakes from this workshop which I can implement in our institute too. And we have a permanent clinical psychologist. So I think we can implement so many that we have learned from this workshop. And we are also planning for a conclave for all the third gen ITs. And I think we really got so much information and experience from this fantastic workshop. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.
Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh. Can we have IIIT DM Kanchipuram ready next?
Namaste, myself Dr. Tarkeshwar, Assistant Professor in Department of Media Studies, Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh. The university is established in 2019, started functioning from 2022 onwards. We have limited number of students in the campus. And I would thankful to the IIT Madras and Ministry of Education has given a chance to be part of this learning 2 days workshop in mental well-being. After came here, we came to know that mental well-being is not one person or one administration effort in the campus. It is everyone's responsibility to be mental well-being in the campus. After returning back from this IIT Madras, we will meet our Vice Chancellor and I will inform him to be bring out some policies as well as SOPs in mental well-being and establish some peer support group in the campus. And I want to tell you that we don't have hostels still. We are running in the transit campus, permanent campus is under construction, and we are running with limited number of students. That's why even we don't have hostels also at this stage. I think it takes some more time, and I am informing to the Minister of Education, Madam also is here, right? I think immediately it is not possible to establish these all, but whatever possibilities are there in the campus, we will request to our Vice Chancellor to bring out and implement these mental well-being and take it sincere effort to bring out the policies. Thank you.
Triple IT DM Kanchipuram. Can we have Triple IT Tiruchirappalli ready next?
Very good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Kannadasan, as Triple IT DM Kanchipuram, and my colleague Arya. So we learned a lot of things. As an immediate measure, what you're planning is we'll be preparing a detailed report on what we have learned in this, and then we'll be trying to publish this in our institute newsletter as well as all the social media of our institute. And we have prepared a detailed list of key takeaways which will be discussed by my colleagues.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was a wonderful experience in IIT Madras, of course. Maybe above all, it was an offline experience that we had for the first time. And we get to see and see the insides of a hostels properly and could experience it firsthand was the best thing about this whole workshop for me, apart from all the other exciting sessions that we had. So a few takeaways that I had personally, or as a team, we found these few takeaways which could be implemented in our institution. One of the best practices that you have introduced here is Kushal, I guess, and the faculty involvement in mental health, in ensuring the mental well-being of students is very important, and that is clearly reflected in Kushal, the way feedback goes to different stakeholders involved, like be it the counselor, to the faculty, to the parents, to the students as well. So it is a wonderful, initiative, yes. So as far as our institute is concerned, counseling cell has to be strengthened is what I find. All we have is a part-time counselor coming only on the weekdays. So we would like to pitch up for more counselors, full-time counselors in our institute. And also a thorough revamping of the services offered by the counseling cell, expanding it towards the departments as well as the hostels. And the other initiative which I find really good about the IIT Madras model is the listeners that you have introduced. Training new students to become active listeners to the problems. It's a very good peer support group that we are raising together in that way. And an active feedback system from the students has to be, for tracking the progress of their mental well-being, should also be implemented in our institute, is what we are looking forward to. Thank you.
Triple IT Tiruchirappalli? If not, NIT Calicut. NIT Tiruchirappalli can be ready next. NIT
A very good afternoon to one and all. I am Dr. Kalpana, representing NIT Calicut. First of all, I would like to thank IIT Madras and Ministry of Higher Education for giving me this opportunity to attend and learn many things from this 2 days workshop on mental well-being. So actually, I am recently, 1 month ago only I joined in this institution. Apart from teaching, I don't have any responsibility right now. And in future, I may get wardenship, some student welfare responsibilities also. In that case, I would like to mention two action plan which I would like to implement in our institution. First, I would like to organize a parent guardian awareness session in our institution. And second is, I would like to arrange yoga meditation session every month for students and faculty to create a stress-free learning environment. And final is, I would like, I actually like this balloon activity where I literally learned how to reduce stress. So that also I would like to implement in the classrooms. Thank you so much for giving opportunity.
NIT Trichy? Can we have NIT Warangal ready next? NIT Warangal.
Good evening, everyone. We are all from NIT Tiruchirappalli. We are all representing the counseling and guidance cell that we already have established in our institute. So we've been doing a lot of activities through the CGC, which we call Counseling and Guidance Cell. We've been conducting a lot of classroom sessions, orientation for faculty, for non-teaching peoples towards RSEs. For them also we conduct workshops, and we've been conducting different craft workshops like origami, and then board and bond, which is like students come and play around with board games. We've been conducting marathons, cycle rallies, and a lot of activities. But after coming here, we were able to identify some of the gaps that we could fill apart from what we're already doing. So one of the things is it's actually in the pipeline already, establishment of a therapeutic garden and music as an integral part of that garden. That is already in the pipeline, but after coming here, we were able to, get how useful it is and all that. Then getting ISO 45001 certificate for our counseling cell, that is also another idea that we got after we came here. Then we already have a mentor-mentee portal, a website through which faculty and students register, and they basically record all their meetings, everything in that portal. So looking at the Kushal portal, we got some ideas for how we can develop our own mentor-mentee portal. And the Kushal meetings concept was also very good, which we are thinking of implementing back in our institute. Then we also loved the Siddha medicine part, the session which was conducted on that. So we already have Siddha doctors visiting our institute, so maybe we could integrate them into the wellness program and take some IKS related stuff and integrate it with the wellness program in our institute. And we also like the idea of, having, we were introduced to NPTEL courses on mind, body and wellness. And also a Coursera course was mentioned, which was psychological first aid. So these things maybe we could introduce to our students, at least the students who are already involved in these activities. We could ask them to take these courses so that whatever we are doing, we could do it more effectively. And another thing that is a gap in our institute is importance for persons with disabilities. So inclusivity. Maybe we are planning on establishing an inclusivity club, which I think will be useful for persons with disabilities. So these are all the stuff that we are planning. We really thank the IIT Madras team and all the people involved in organizing this workshop. We really enjoyed it. Thank you very much for all the sessions.
NIT Warangal? If not, NIT Puducherry?
Please keep it brief. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Narendran, representing NIT Pondicherry, along with my colleagues here. NIT Pondicherry has been a newly formed institute which has been pretty small. We were able to have a one-to-one contact with all the students for quite some time. Now that it has grown bigger, we are finding challenges. A visit here has made us realize how with technology we would be able to address it much better. Let it be the, I was impressed with the Kushal system and Mitra as well as Sathi, which is an online grievance redressal mechanism which is able to automatically escalate and students are able to get the issues addressed at a much faster pace. And also I was happy to see about the, learn about the listening room. Basically students tend to have a lot of anxiety issues which they are not able to share. These are things which would help. This Kushal as well as listening room as a concept is something which we would wish to implement it in our institute as soon as we go. And also standard operating procedures on emergency issues. All these are things which actually we have not designed as such, though we try to address it at our level, but as a documentation we have not been able to come up with. So policy and in systems we are yet to work upon. Student well-being as a process we have done, documentation is not done. Capacity building and training is something which we will try to do it as soon as we go, where all the hostel stakeholders as well as the departmental faculty staff are informed and educated on the mental well-being process. We are doing well when it comes to hostel and residential student well-being and as well as inclusion, safeguarding and community engagement. But as documentation we are not doing, which we are supposed to again look at and try documenting the best practices. With this, I conclude this has been an eye-opener for us starting now as an institute. Basically, this will help us to make it more robust as the institute grows. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Kripa Shah. I am currently part of the women's cell at NIT Puducherry, and I came to this workshop specifically to take any kind of input, keeping in mind that the problems of girl students and their mental health and well-being. And I would have been happier if that component would have been touched in the workshop as well, but I also know that there's a huge, big section already for the women's cell and the guidelines and the POSH related things and so on. So since our institute is very new, the challenges of a new institute are very different from an already established institute like an IIT. And currently, as Sir has said, we have only about 2,000 students and around 150 to 200 faculty members and staff members. And so the most important thing for me right now would be to conduct awareness workshops, because there's a lot of stigma around mental health. I think that is already the first step which we would be looking at. And to also train faculty in identifying red flags in their classes, because so far faculty and student contact is still feasible, and that would be one of the main things. But since each faculty has about 65 students in one class, I think getting to know students really well is always going to be a challenge, specifically when faculty take more than 2 courses or 1 to 2 courses a semester. It would be knowing the context of 120 students, which will be very difficult for them. And also trying to convince an institute which is growing and putting funds in infrastructure and faculty development to also include mental health initiatives is challenging for us. But I also know that if we can do it, if we can just do it at this stage, it will set the tone for the rest of the institute culture as well. So thank you so much for the workshop and to all the resource persons and organizers. Thank you.
Hi, I Dr. V. Govindiraj, Chief Warden, NIT Puducherry. So by taking the model of administration, IIT Madras, the accommodation facilities and mess facilities. By taking as a model, we are trying to implement that in NIT Puducherry as well. And also, we will instruct our students to go for early sleeping and healthy meals. And we try to implement these things on our hostels itself. Thank you.
NIT Andhra Pradesh. Can we have IIT Hyderabad ready next?
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. Thank you for making us involved in this mental well-being program. Such a nice program, we enjoyed a lot. We attended this program as we both are also wardens for 2 of the hostels at NIT Andhra Pradesh. But rather than wardens, being faculty members, we have some takeaways from the workshop. More than wardens, it is beneficial for faculty members because we learned so many things, especially the role of faculty members, or we can say responsibility of the faculty members in dealing with the mental well-being of the students. And the importance of the sensitization of the faculty and staff of the institute is also what we have learned. Especially I liked the concept of listeners. I just want to know the methodology by which it is being implemented here, listeners. Especially how you are making the calls anonymous. Because you are saying the students do not know to whom they are talking to. How you are maintaining the anonymousness, I just want to know. And personally, I understood the cause for all the irregularities from the students in the pathway of this mental well-being. That is sleeping disorders and irregular sleeping times and all. So I just want to see how we can deal with this thing. When we go back to our institute, first thing we will do that in this aspect. Thank you very much once again.
Just like we want to add like 2 more points actually. So from this year onward, we are going to add this mental health orientation program for all newly joined students. So maybe like Professor Nagpal sir can help in that regards actually. And as sir has discussed, we are planning to open one wellness club at a student level first. So let's see how the student helping among themselves using the club and all. And yes, and then we are planning to open one open elective which say one simple word, happiness. I think it is a very successful model at IIT Madras. So that's why we are also thinking that let's propose this type of courses so that it will be less academically loaded course, but maybe more innovative way to spread the mental well-beingness and all. Thank you so much actually.
IIT Hyderabad, we'll have IIT Palakkad ready next.
Good evening, and first of all, thank you, Professor
Suresh.
Suresh.
Please share your experience of well-being conclave also, because most of them were not there.
Okay.
So you can share about that also.
Okay, so yeah, I think this journey started in 2024 when we at IIT Hyderabad hosted the first National Wellbeing Conclave, and most of the recommendations you are seeing on that book actually are aftermath of that, and the Bombay Conclave happened last year. So since then we have been doing lot of awareness programs. We have hired new counselors for the team. This year we have started a mental well-being course, which is a mandatory course for undergraduate batch. They will not graduate if they do not pass in that course. So we are the second IIT to have that course after IIT Bombay. And we have a lot of initiatives, like we have parents orientation, we have the whole peer network where there are students only in that network, and they act as a guardian as well as listeners. for their respective departments, hostels and everything. And we have some kind of an informal version of Kushal, where faculty can report directly to the counseling cell that this person or this student is under stress and you take care from here. And we have an onboard psychiatrist as well, who the cases are referred to them as the need arises. I think what from this workshop, what we are trying to implement, which probably was not discussed in pretty detail, but I think faculties are treated like a god here, that they will do everything in their capacity, but I think they also need help. So there should be some wellness program for faculties as well. Like in my campus, faculties are also feeling burned out. They have a research pressure, publication, teaching, and then they are also being on lookout for any student in the distress. So this can be too much for some people, definitely. So we are also doing workshops for faculty along with sensitization them that, okay, what are the red signs and red flags you have to look for. And same thing we are doing for staff as well. So we are catering the needs of staff and any support staff like security personnel, hostel attenders and everyone in the campus. So there are workshops for them as well. So I think thank you again for this workshop. Yeah. Sunshine. Yeah. So we have a website, or you can contact us if you need any support or if you have any suggestions how to improve our services.
Information of everybody, you can see the website on the screen on both sides. So this is the website of Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program. All the resource material, including all the reports, everything is available, including different components of the capacity building program which is rightly underway, and all registration processes, everything is through this website only. So I will like to request all of you to kindly visit this website. You will get all the information, including related to Conclave at IIT Hyderabad, IIT Bombay.
Thank you.
IIT Palakkad. Can we have ISER Thiruvananthapuram ready next?
So, good evening everyone. So first of all, we would like to thank IIT Madras and Ministry of Education for such a wonderful initiative. So first, regarding the program. So personally, I feel that it was, very overwhelming. It can be my opinion because it started yesterday by 9:30 and it ended after 8:30 or something. It was very overflowing. Maybe like as a psychologist, I feel that our attention span is not that much, It was very like overflowing. There was a lot of very nice information, but we also needed concentration, which to an extent was not able to manage after a point. And also the discussions, I think some of the discussions happened today. It was really, really, very beneficial because as some people mentioned before, every institute is different. IITs, NITs, IIMs, other central institutions, everyone, we work in different setups. So it would be really great if we get a platform to discuss like how things work out. And it was a really very wonderful initiative. And also this mental health well-being checklist. Ma'am, I really feel that you also need some feedback from us. So the Student Wellness Program Committee, and I think University Student Wellness Committee is very different. And I think Student Wellness Program Committee, I think from the ministry, we have a guidelines that like what kind of people should be in that committee. But in University Wellness Committee, based on this, it's not technically given that who all members should be in the committee. Because in every institute can claim that they have a wellness committee. But people who are trained, who could understand that what is the importance and how things can be implemented, it's very, very important to have those kind of members. And I think the recent one, I don't remember the name, so they have also mentioned about the well-being of faculty. Faculty also need well-being, okay, some programs and everything, and also counselors. Like in most of the, like there was I think a recent study like long back when I was a student that the counselors and psychiatrists also expressed a severe distress because we are handling a lot of things and everything. So if there can be any training programs for the counselors and also for the faculties, because though we give the orientation, it will be very generalized. If we have a proper module for the faculties also, then it will be really very great, because each institution, they handle or they teach things in a very different manner. If we have a like proper module on how faculty should be trained regarding mental health, it's a little bit very different story. And also for the counselors, they should know how to handle their distress. Some of us take supervision also, training also, like we also go for sessions. But it's not the same story with all the people. And IITs, they have, I think, permanent psychologists, most of the IITs have. But in some other institutions, it's very different story. And in psychology, trust is really very, very important. Rapport establishment and confidentiality is very, very important. And it's not that everybody can do that. So I think we should kind of take care on all these things also. It's just my personal opinion. I don't know, like some people may be having difference of opinion, but yeah, thank you.
Respected dignitaries, so myself, I am Abhijit Suresh Babu. I am the Student General Secretary of IIT Palakkad. So first of all, I thank IIT Madras and the Ministry for organizing such an event. So this is my first venue where I am attending on behalf of my institute. Also, this is the first workshop where I am attending along with the faculties. So I thank the organizers for that. So there were, we had many speakers from different domains sharing their insights. So I got to learn a lot of them. So looking forward to implement them in my institute also. Thank you.
Isaac Thiruvananthapuram. Can we have School of Planning and Architecture Vijayawada ready next?
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are from Isaac Thiruvananthapuram. Myself, Danya. I am a faculty member, and at the same time, I am a hostel warden at our institute. He is Harshin, our student welfare representative. So first of all, we would like to thank IIT Madras and the Ministry of Education for organizing such a wonderful event. After attending this event, actually, we are feeling proud and happy about our institute, because we already addressed many of these issues discussed here, and we are still trying to implement or improving the improving the implementation of these issues. For example, so last week also we proposed many such cases for implementing, improving the mental well-being of the students. And one thing we are lacking is the training of the faculties and the students regarding the mental well-being. And so we will try to improve that part by discussing with our officials. And last week also we proposed many things regarding the mental well-being of our students, and he will explain one of that.
Good morning, good afternoon. Myself Harshin, the Student Welfare Council Secretary of IIT Trivandrum. So, as ma'am said, last week we had proposed and got it approved from the Dean of Student Affairs. The proposal is that every Saturday, every week, the Saturday evening from 6 p.m. to 7 or 6 to 8, we will conduct an informal event conducted by 4 different clubs: the music club, the dance society, the movie club, and the Quiz Sapiens, which is the Quiz Society. So, it will be an informal event for both the students as well as the faculties, where they can interact and form connections, and it will be better for the mental well-being, as it is a very informal and they can come together and chill out. So that's what we are planning, and the Dean of Student Affairs approved it, and will be going forward this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first of all thank Ministry of Education and Madras IIT for having, organized a wonderful 2-day event for the teachers. We have lot of, takeaways. Though we are us as a very small campus of architecture and planning, wherein it is a very close-knit environment between the faculty and the students. Whomsoever is the studio coordinator, we call them as, the subject, we have studio, so they get, bonded with the faculty very much. But what is more interested, like in this event is how they communicate through the peer groups. Okay, listeners. That is one major takeaway that I have taken from this event. And I am also Dean Faculty Welfare. So we were also discussing on the mental well-being of the faculty as well as the mentors. So that also will be taken care of. And one request to the ministry side is, we had a very good, presentation for mental well-being through IKS. We would like to have, similar workshops of that nature, for which, we would, express to get your, support. Thank you, ma'am.
This is Dr. Jagat Kumari. Adding to this, the another two takeaways is activity-oriented classroom teaching. We like to have it and implement it soon. Because my subject is, my students feel a little tough because it is a structured subject for architecture students. So I am thankful to Geeta madam to sensitize in this respect. So it is very much interesting to me. And the rhythm they told that sunrise, so that what is that clock? Circadian system, that also I like to have it, and I want to sensitize my students with respect to the circadian system and the circadian clock. With this takeaways, I want to interested to implement in the institution. In addition to that, what we come across in recent past couple of years back, because I heading the ICC also as a presiding officer, there is a gender issue we have come across, that is the third gender, gender issues. How to address that gender issues is grievances or whatever it is, that is an issue. If we sensitize that as some kind of training to address the third gender also, it will be helpful for all the institution for the future coming grievances or anything, something. Thank you, Ministry of Education, Higher Education, madam, and thank you for all the organizers and heads of this well-being well-being organizing this training center for us. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, hello Ministry officials and all the institutions. I am Manish, I am elected Student Council Secretary. So from the student side, I had very important takeaways from IIT Madras. So the student-led hostel management, which is done using the general body meetings and all, which is very important, because hostel management should not only be done by the faculties and the officials, but also the people who are living in there, which is students. So I also was very happy to see the outbound program, which is given by the institute to their students, to their first year students, which is very important to, for the students to learn the life skills and all. And maybe like our institutions, I would actually press this issue from the council side to implement a psychological first aid course elective in the institution itself. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research. Can we have IIM Kozhikode ready next?
Very good evening to the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. We representing NITTR Chennai, which is located in Taramani, nearby campus. On behalf of NITTR Chennai, we would like to extend our sincere thanks to IIT Madras as well as the Ministry of Education for giving a wonderful training program or wonderful workshop on well-beings. Being a training institute, we used to conduct a giving a training for our teachers, especially on the stress management and other kind of a thing. But here, after coming over to the workshop, first time we have understood that how the IIT Madras has implemented wonderful well-being models in various methods, and similarly in the even the early recognition how they are doing through the questionnaire. So everything we have understood, and even we have interacted with the hostel management, everything. So with the help of that, we got the lot of information which we will be trying to implement in our institutions. Even being a teacher training institutions, we will be disseminating this information through the various programs to our teachers. At this moment, I would like to thank the ministry as well as the IIT Madras and our own institution for giving me this opportunity to attend this wonderful workshop. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yes. So I am Sudarshan from Education Management Department. So we have a Center for Applied Psychology also. Since we are pioneer in training the teachers across India for all polytechnic and engineering colleges and even for universities. So we have a 5 days professional development as well as faculty development program for teachers as well as for industry experts, industrial people. So we have exclusively, we have a sound healing lab. We started 1 year back with exclusive items which is related to sound. So who are the trainees for both technical as well as non-technical course. So we are allocating off-day session for them. So we'll have a sound healing studio as well as yoga. So all the people, so who are the teachers coming for training program in our institute, we have an exclusive lab for sound healing. So they will have a sound healing bath for almost 3 hours. So it will reduce their mental stress. So thank you so much. Thank you.
IIM Kozhikode? If not, can we have Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad?
Hearty congratulations to the Ministry of Education and Indian Institute of Management of IIT Madras for creating this amazing learning opportunity, and heartfelt gratitude for that. Over to Pari for the first leg of conversation.
Hello everyone. Really grateful for the opportunity, and I'm Pari Luthra. I'm a mental health policy group representative from Nalsar University. There are just 3 things that I want to highlight that are our takeaways, and as a student representative, this is a student-led initiative that I would want to take forward. First is the Mitra initiative, which is basically learning groups and listening groups which need to be present on campus, and that's something that we've lacked. Second thing is student awareness programs on substance abuse, and this is something that was clearly very brightly highlighted, and the importance of it is something that we should have stopped ignoring a while back. Now the third thing is students of mental health policy group or student representatives of any sense must be trained in crisis management and preliminary counseling. The lack of this basically creates a framework gap wherein where there is any kind of crisis situation, there is a huge gap between a student who's suffering and then seeking any sort of help, because the student body is the first responder in all these cases. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really short. And from the fact that we are the only law school in this gathering, and we see a lot of IITs and IIMs and NITs, we were wondering why the national law schools were. So that's one focus area that probably we might ask you to pay attention to, because we'll all want to be a part of it. We realized that out of the annexure that you wanted us to take a look at, we are falling short on 2 parameters. Documentation is one that we are really not very, in any way doing, and the other one is the capacity building that needs to happen across the board. So there's student initiative, there's faculty initiative, there's a non-teaching initiative, there's a warden initiative. We recognize that the parent is the neglected stakeholder in the whole of thing, and that is something that we are taking along with us. The other thing is that a bigger challenge that we are seeing, and probably you might also have experienced it, is the fact that this is a group of highly motivated group, and not every teacher is going to be like this. So there's going to be teacher reluctance and teacher reticence at the same time. So one way that I see this can be addressed is by probably making, I've seen that from the 5th month of 2024, there are so many online courses which we were not aware of. So maybe coming up with a cluster set of courses that you can then make mandatory for all institutions to, you know, get the teachers to attend could be a quickest way of ensuring that basic training is in place for all teachers in higher education. That's one thing, sir. The second thing is an incentivization model. Okay, so what if you are, let's say, a counselor? What if you are a mentor? What if you have actively participated in improving the well-being of the student on the campus and an institutional resource? Then some incentivization, either in terms of workload reduction or probably credits being given, or simply inclusion through UGC, AICTE, bar councils, directives for, let us say, CAS and stuff like that. Might look very simple, but it goes very far in telling us things. I'm only trying to see how we can sort it out. We are taking the fact that we are the only law school in this gathering, and we see the major gap that these are institutions. We are 25 national law schools, and you don't know how many other prestigious law schools exist. This very city has 3 very prestigious law schools, and they're not here. And they're not here in this gathering. So I think that's one major lacuna that needs to be addressed. Thank you so much, sir.
IIM Tiruchirappalli.
Good evening to all of you. We would like to convey our sincere gratitude to IIT Madras for organizing this workshop, and also the Ministry of Education for organizing this workshop. Actually, the mental well-being, emotional well-being, one of the madam speakers said it is not only here, it is the global phenomena. So we would like to convey our gratitude to our Government of India for organizing, taking the initiative and ensuring, imparting such a workshop for the institutions. So even today is the title also, that celebrating minds from academic excellence to sustainable wellness. Actually, the happiness is not only contained with the academic, it also go parallel with the emotional well-beings. So we would like to, we should be grateful to our new education policy that mandates the overall development of our systems. The emotional well-being, actually, in our institute, we have certain things in place for the emotional or well-being of the students. But after attending this workshop, there are some insights we got into this. Because it is not only the emotional well-beings, not only for the students, it is for all, whether faculty, non-faculty, students. First, the faculty, non-faculty, if they are happy, they can able to handle the students very well. So the certain things, takeaways. So we learned from the workshop the induction assessment for the new students. So that will help us to assess the students where they are. So we can take the preventive steps. So that will help all of us. And the second one is, we always said, whosoever is the warden, whosoever is the students affairs officer, we always feel that it is their responsibility to take care of the students. It is not like that. The responsibility lies with from top leader to the bottom leaders, from the director or the VC, from we have to be proactive. It is responsible to each one of us to ensure that even the employees of the organization as well as the students of the institutes are in a good mental state. Then only whatever our things can be achieved easily. And another, collaborating the parents, whatever the parents, faculty and the students. Because once the students are here, the parents forget. It is the responsibility of the institute. They don't take care of this. But yesterday we heard from the IIT Madras, the director sir was telling. So we need to include the parents also in this responsibility. We have to ensure in our institute there is a free flow communication. The student should have the confidence to approach whosoever the person, the faculty members or the administrators. They should have that confidence. If I reach out to them, they will solve my problem. So at least in one of the session, Madam Speaker said, at least even Colonel Balaji also, somebody is coming, at least we smile. If we smile, they will also say that, yeah, I am confident enough to approach them so that whatever the problems that can be solved. And we have to follow the progressive step, and we cannot assess the students, or we should not pursue based on their only academic performance, whatever that. So the prejudgment, if you avoid, that would be better for them. We always have to take the proactive decision, proactive action, and the early identification that will help us to fix the problems. So, in addition, the grievances redressal system. So there are so many things takeaways from this workshop, and we are grateful to the Ministry of Education for taking interest in imparting such workshops to all the institutions. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Do we have IIM Visakhapatnam in the crowd?
So I'll keep it very short. Thank you everyone, all included. We will go back to our institute and apply 3 things. First is this interaction with faculty at dinners, students and faculty meeting once in a fortnight, good one. Number 2, we'll also try to be in touch with parents and ask them 2-3 messages, how are they doing. And finally, I saw an hostel sticker appearing on the, on every door, phone numbers of the helplines, etc. That's also a beautiful idea. I think we will try to implement these 3. Thank you.
I'm also glad to inform you that we have recently signed an MOU with your those, and this Saturday we are going to have an orientation program with the entire community, students and the faculty and staff. So in that we are going to emphasize a lot of points which you have covered in this thing, but out of that few very important points which I can think of are focusing on eating well and sleeping well and involving yourself in physical activity, why it can have a very long lasting effect on you. Importance of talking to your family members on a regular basis, maintaining friends, making friends and socializing yourself. Socializing is a very important aspect of keeping your overall well-being. I'm going to talk to them about why it is important to manage yourself, manage your academics, personal items and careers, and how it is absolutely okay not to excel every time and to let some things go. It's easy it's very good for your overall well-being. I'm also going to touch upon digital addiction and digital detox. After all these things, our only focus will be how to ensure that our message reaches to that 1 or 2 individual students who really need some help, and to ensure that no untoward incident happens in our campus either this year or any time in the future. Thank you.
We also have someone from Naipur Institute.
I will request the student volunteers who have been through with us since yesterday, who are part of the wellness group as Mitra and Sathi, please come on stage. And please introduce yourself. You have been with us throughout for 2 full days.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big hand to the youngsters of IIT Madras for their wonderful, tireless, burning the midnight oil and making a difference to all of us. Oh, thank you, sir. So, we have Madan Kumar, Sneha Satapati, Tamanna Tripathi, Suraj Kumar Sahu and Devapriya Ballabh. And of course Rahul. So Rahul will lead the comments and your experience of getting this mega event forward as a great team. It speaks volumes about your wonderful teamwork and the life skills that you're already implementing. Chal, go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for.
Sir.
Yeah. So thank you so much to all for joining us for today's workshop. I hope you have great insights, and I hope you will be implementing in your institute. So yeah, as mentioned earlier, it's a collective responsibility for all, which we can create a good wellness ecosystem in all institute with help of student, faculties, and professional support. So yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Madam, please.
Hello. Now Rahul Mahamalla is getting felicitated. So please have a big round of applause. He is also the student advisor of Mitra team of our institute. So
Come. No, you come.
Okay, so I am Debopriya Ballabh. So for this tenure, I worked as a Sathi Super Coordinator. So there basically we try to help all the newcomers to get immersed and absorbed in this institute, and to let them know we used to have conduct so many events, also take care of their mental wellness, as well as we used to conduct their mentor-mentee interactionship. In the hostel also we have put our our peers to take the initiative that we used to convey to the administration for solving the problem. Thank you.
I would like to sing a song from the perspective of the Mitra and Sathi groups. So, सर जो तेरा चकराए यादें डूबा जाए, आजा प्यारे पास हमारे, काहे घबराए. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Suraj Kumar Sahu. I'm in the team hosting you guys here, so that you have an enjoyable time here. With regarding the wellness, I would like to say one thing. Faults are very natural, faults. So, and rather sometimes we consider faults as gifts, because they will teach us a lot of stuff. And since I'm a PhD student and I am also a TA for a few people, like junior batchmates, BTech or MTech. While in the lab, while teaching, when they do mistakes, and I also do mistakes. So while figuring out how we solve the mistakes, and also what I know, what I can teach while they make faults, I get to share my experience, as well as we get to get a solution as well. So that's why faults are very much necessary in wellness as well. We are not perfect, neither anything is perfect, not the AI. AI also does a lot of mistakes while it is a computer. So I would love to do much more mistakes anywhere, and I would love to invite people to do much more mistakes as well, so we can figure out few solutions and go ahead together. Thank you.
That's good.
So hello all, I am Sneha and he is my colleague Mr. Madan Kumar. We both actually work as a technical staff in the Department of Biotechnology, IIT Madras. We not only enjoyed hosting, but you know, as technical staffs, we on a regular day-to-day basis, we interact with students. So this session also helped us in, learning about the mental conduct of, how to approach students, so on and so forth. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Okay. So once again, let's give a big hand to the entire organizing team.
So there is a huge team at the back end whom we have to appreciate, who has done all the registration kit packing and all the travels and other arrangements. So can we have a huge round of applause for the team back end?
So we cordially invite Honorable Naam batao, come. Sumit and or may I invite Sumit sir and Russell sir to kindly come here, please. Ajo. From Mitra, yeah. Chalo, big hand for you. So invite Honorable Riala sir to give his few words of wisdom to all of us and the great effort made.
Hi, good evening all of you. I hope you had a nice time. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for taking a lot of your time to come over here. And I'm hopeful that you all had a nice time here. And if there's anything that you think that there is a lacuna from our side, we, on behalf of my team, request your excuse for that, which was not intentional. If there is anything, that was only unintentional because we had very less time to make the preparations. And that's what is the reason that if we'd have done something different. So I would first like to thank my team, okay, on behalf of wellness team, okay. I thank Colonel Balaji sir, who is the strength behind this wellness team. Without him, I cannot imagine wellness office. Over the last 1 year, he has transformed the wellness office like anything. I'm just a new entrant to the wellness team. I just joined only 1 month back and I'm still in the learning phase. But then he has done a lot of good work. All these initiatives, whatever Dean has showed it, he is part of it and he has been part of it and he is still striving hard to make the wellness center the best center. Wellness Center is the only center in the IIT Madras to have the ISO certification as of now. So that credit goes to definitely to our Balaji sir. Thank you sir. And with a token of appreciation, I request Madam to felicitate him. Thank you sir. And next is our Kanan sir. Okay. Sir, Kanan sir, please come. So he is also part of our team. Then Saran, Rajaram, please come, all your team. So this is all our strength of members, Dean Students Office. Come. They're all the unsung heroes. Please give them a big hand. And all my team members from the department. I actually belong to Department of Biotechnology. That is my bread and butter first. After my food, then only the other things. Okay. Shankar, Deva, Muthu, and our this 1 minute. Yeah. Shekhar sir, please come forward. And finally, we have a very good travel partner, Ilangon, okay? He is the one who is behind all your travel needs, okay? Without him, we could not have even run the show. So I thank all the team. Rajaram, thank you, all of you, for this excellent support to, without their help, please come. Without their help, we could not. And finally, but not the least, the support from ministry is excellent. I would say from Madam, from Sir, and both of them, they've done an excellent job. So I'm sure that you have some take-home message from the experiences that we had. Ours is one of the well-validated model system for wellness, and we strive hard to keep it up. So it would be nice if you could go back to your institute and implement whatever that is the best for you, because every system is different. If you could take some take-home messages and implement in your institute, then the hard work that was put by the ministry, they are really working very hard to get onto the wellness, and that their effort will make some meaningful. So I request all of you to do that. Thank you.
So I am not the one person who is doing everything. We also have a small team in the Department of Higher Education. So I just thank them for all the support given from the background. So they have been the backbone of the entire conceptualization and running out the whole program. So we must thank them.
Wait, sir. I think they're just taking them. Be ready for a group photograph. आपके speech के बाद. Please give me this. Go ahead, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening, and we are very thankful for all your participation. It was an excellent audience we had. And it was just because of you we could just make this a successful story. I'm sure we all carry good memories. At the same time, we also would love you to just implement whatever you could just carry home. I'm sure there are plenty to just implement. In the next 1 year, we will see changes at least in all the southern universities which we have just represented. Our team from the 3 institutions which we have with us, they were also very helpful. Mindwell, the Kaveri Hospital, and those teams, they have been doing a great job. And then we are being professionally supported by all these 3 agencies, without which we would be totally at large. Now I am very sure in the next few days, when you just return back, you will start putting things in the right perspective and start implementing the things in the in your institution. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of a conclave that is going to be conducted in the coming year in 2 places, I think Hyderabad and Mumbai. So I'm sure your views and the suggestions that you are taking from here, which when implemented would be brought in and discussed during those conclaves. Thanks to the Higher Education Ministry, which has just given us the opportunity to do everything that we could in our capacity. And also to the Joint Secretary, the Secretary from the Ministry, Director, and Dr. Nagpal, everyone, Dr. Geetika. And I'm sure it was an absolutely pleasurable day we had out here at IIT Madras. And it has always been a pleasure to just be with you all and enjoy the day. Thank you very much. Good day to you and have a great time. Bye-bye. And request all of you to just come for a group photo. I mean, we will all have a great photo. All the participants who are present and also the counselors of my Suite 3 agencies also requested to join us for a group photo here.